Hello, everybody. Hi, AC. Hope you're doing well.
We might have an issue.
We might have an issue.
Yeah, there's a
Horde, a group.
raiding party on the road right down the street.
All right. I'll tell people what's going on in a moment. Let's handle that. They're not too bad. I just handle. Okay, they're bad if I let them touch me. Stop doing that.
Right.
Also, I haven't eaten recently, so I'm of course weaker than normal.
On the wrong thing.
Oh, hello, sir. Alright. We're out in the wilderness for a reason, I promise. We have a plan. And I'll probably be telling this what our plans are multiple times. So right now it looks odd. So what we're doing is we're plotting out an oasis village. It's gonna be beautiful. And our thinking is that it's going to be set up in little shops in different specific areas where that's where all the storage is going to be, but it can look like a shop in a village, and the characters will have their own little set place that they're going to be, and all the boxes will be magic boxes, so we can craft things from wherever we need to craft. But it looks like we're shopping at a village, and we can build their little beds inside their little village spots and things like that. And I'll showcase the picture of the map. So just go look at it for a second so I can see what I'm talking about. So this is kind of what we have planned for now. We have forgiving space at the bottom to give us like movement and adjustment. And we're going to be putting down, right now I'm putting basically the squares in. And that way we can see how much space things will actually take up and how much we want. And it's going to be quite a large lake in the center with the flame directly in the center. So where I'm standing currently is going to be a lake. And then we'll have like a shrine here. And then we're going to plan to have like different farm fields, different animals in certain sections. Gonna have a farmer that's also runs the bakery, right? And then carpenter has household goods. The blacksmith and the smithy has like armor and shields and weapons. And then a clothing shop, which can be Mei Yin, which is the Asian lady. She basically only does clothes, so she has a couple other things that we can have her shop look like that if we want to, or we can do a different vibe. Hairdresser and dyes, and then leather and hunter, and then across from there the second hunter can do fletchery. Like we can have different people do, like since we have multiples of some of them, have them do different shops. And then make a flame temple so we can have like different flame storage and alchemist storage, but then and also trophies. So a lot of our like really big monster trophies, things like that, could be here as like a temple to our good works for the flame, you know. A fisherman and fish shop, a coffee and tea shop. I think it would just be cute, really, like just like so we're looking for more ideas too. So if people have ideas of like, ooh, this would be cute here, it makes sense. We have a tavern with the bard, an alchemist and magic shop, a bones and shroud shop, a fishing hut, you know, and we're going to separate the field into a magic farm field, 2 farm fields, one halfway in the water so I can do rice and things like that, and then regular. And then we have capybara partially in the water as well, which is like at the top. And we have all the animals like prepped out there. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. Then of course we can have like normal housing, of course, like regular houses interspersed too. We can have lots of trees and pretty things like that. I'm thinking we have like cute little bridges covering up some of these rivers that are going to be running through, and kind of be like we're in the desert, but it's like an oasis in the desert, and like that's where people would have congregated, would be like an oasis right where the water is, and build from there, and have we can have regular trees that we want that we've imported, but it can also just be very fitting this local area-esque, whatever makes the most sense there, or whatever looks pretty. So this is our plan. This is currently the plan. We are willing to add to it for sure and adjust it because things may not work out the way we want, but this is the idea that we're working with for now. And then like houses and stuff are not going to just be like these simple blocks necessarily. Like the shops, they just have that much space to build in. Like this is one block, one square. Well, this isn't one. This is a square. So right here would be the size of like a small shop. Hi, Mimi. And what we're thinking is if we get enough interest, people in the community could come on and they could claim one of the builds and they could build based on that same thought process and just take over that spot, and you would get one plot to do what you need to do depending on what it is. Like the tavern is going to get this entire size space, right? Like big quadrant like this, but like a small magic shop is going to get something like this. And it could look, obviously it wouldn't be stone, it wouldn't be like sticks necessarily, but like it would be like this kind of size, and then you could have like a bed in here, and you could have you can do anything on the outside within your parameters as well. So that's kind of the thinking for the entire village. So I'll put the picture back up of the map of what we're thinking so people can kind of get an idea. But
I just realized we have a dragon neighbor.
A dragon neighbor. That could be dangerous for our animals. I'm not sure. I think the dragon neighbor will go away because our plot's going to take over their area.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm gonna go say hi to the dragon neighbor.
Okay.
Since I can.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems good. You go say hi. So this is the idea. And I'm really excited about it. I'm really like hyper focused on it. Is this what I plan to be hyper focused on? Nope. But I really like it. And I think it'd be really fun if we got multiple people in the community to build. And I also think that like some people who think like they're not good builders or the building's really tough, this is a really good project to start with because it's so small. Like you're not getting a ton of space, and small is sometimes good, especially if a theme, right? And if you need help with like, okay, here's a good layout, we can give ideas for that. And like Allie's already asked for help with the roof, and I'm like, yeah, I'll help with the roof. That's not a problem because roofs are hard. But like, yeah, so that's the thinking. So if people are interested in like even learning to do a build and something strikes their fancy or they have an idea, we're gonna be letting people claim certain builds if you wish. So yeah, if you're like, oh my gosh, I have a really cool idea for the farmer's bakery, I would love to do a bakery. Oh my gosh, like there's a tea shop I put on there, or a fisherman's hut, like anything like this that is on there. Like if people have it that they're like, oh my gosh, yes please, we're down for assistance. If not, me and Allie are gonna handle it, but like, we certainly are not restricted to just us. It's not an us necessarily project. I'd love for it to be a community project. That would be really fun for everybody to think.
I feel like a lot of the buildings should be made from the local
so that
stone and wood.
Yeah, we can have parameters like that, unless there's like a really good reason, like I could see alchemists needing certain things, and the bone guy needing certain things to get the vibe of their shop right. But I agree, like especially plants and stuff, we might want to keep to the local flora and fauna outside. Inside your shop, if it makes sense to have things like different furniture from around, that's perfectly fine. But like the vibe of the outside be the same.
Yep, I'm just thinking the outside with like sandstone and whatever the local wood is, stuff like that, I think would be good. And then, but for like that, how you said the magic shop, and like it makes sense that they might bring in other stuff from elsewhere.
Exactly. The fisherman shop,
magic
sure. Yeah.
Change.
Exactly.
The, Well, at least if I do like the style of buildings that are out here, I shouldn't have as much problem with the roof.
True.
A lot of them are just flat.
How you doing, Numi? Did you go into a coma from eating too much good food? We had friends over yesterday for Friendsgiving. It went very well. It was lovely. We stayed up until far too late / early. But it was very fun. It was giving sleepover vibes, and I kind of loved it. Our friends did end up sleeping over because we have an extra bedroom, and we're like, it's 3 a.m. Like, don't drive home. Like,
Right.
Do you have to be somewhere in the morning? Then don't drive home. Like, let's not do that. So we didn't, and it was very lovely. Today's your second Thanksgiving. We went to my uncle's today. Well, my husband's uncle's, but mine too, I guess, you know, by marriage. And we made homemade raviolis today with them. So that was very fun. Again, ate way too much. It's very problematic. But it's good. It's fine. I can go back on my restrictive eating another day.
You got a sulfur mine over here.
That's exciting.
I think that's what this is.
Not sure we, you know, need that many. We have plenty, but like. I hope people's Thanksgiving, for those who are in the States, went well. And got some good snacks, you know. The best of snacks. Nothing's 100% like perfect in size, but it's very close. We're going for close. I'm counting, but I'm not getting like too particular. But they're basically like 20 block by 20 block sections, give or take 1 or 2 blocks, that we're dividing it into. And when you have a full-size flame, it should be like 16 by 16 of these, if I did my math right, which is always questionable, but I think. This weekend there's another. I need to work out so much harder. I'm a little sad though. No coconut custard pie. I don't do coconut, but I'm sure it's lovely.
We had so many desserts.
We only had one dessert, but we had a lot of food.
My dad made a pumpkin roll. My sister brought a pumpkin cheesecake that her roommate made. My parents also made a cherry pie and a Dutch apple pie.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Just it's a lot of food.
I would say that's a lot of desserts for 6 people.
It is. It is. You're like, oh, I'll just make a dessert, and it's lovely, but it's also a lot. I also need to empty my backpack because there's a lot of stuff here. The apple pie. That's my second favorite. I love apple pie. I love pumpkin pie as well. Those are my 2 favorites. Very simple. Alright, we need to upgrade the altar 1 level now that I finished that, so I need a shroud core, so I'll have to go home and find that and also drop off what I've got. So I'm gonna go do that. Shroud cord up.
I should probably sort home.
Yeah. You're picky with pumpkin because sometimes it's good and sometimes it isn't. It depends on the consistency. It does. I find some people's pie is not cooked all the way, and that changes the consistency. It's very easy to undercook it. It's one of the most common problems. Or if they had something weird to it, I suppose. No, but that's not what I wanted to do. Didn't mean to do that. Okay. Everything's all discombobulated. I'll put these on my hotbar in case, because I'm gonna probably need that more. Put this here. Organize that. Okay, put this away. There we go. And I have some food so that I can... Hey, I was supposed to eat. Why did it not eat? Thank you. Alright. You pick you... Okay, right that. Oh yeah, I need a shroud. Okay.
Could be.
It's like an alchemist. Unless we already have some.
We have some. Okay. We have 22.
Alright,
and this box is standing on.
Let me go get it. That one? Okay.
Yeah, the top one.
Wow, we do. Okay, I'll grab those. Because for a couple levels, that's all I need is shad cores, so... We're laying this out, so it's going to be a little boring for a hot second, because we're laying out the entire thing. If people want to see the map, I'll show it and describe it again if people are coming in what we're doing, because people are going to be like, what the heck is happening and why? You're making squares, and I am. I'm making squares. But it's for a reason. There's a rhyme and reason. Okay, it's been expanded once, so I'm going to go walk the edge of it. And that's going to give me the boundary, and then I can fill in the squares. It's gonna be beautiful. Tedious, but beautiful. And then every time I upgrade, we're going to do it again. We're going to go to the max size, because we're going to build a whole little, like, maybe not a city, but, like, an oasis village. Yeah. And true size village, right? Like, with all the farming space and function. And a lake, because in the desert, it would be a lake that would bring people together. And it would be fun. We might be able to even get like a waterfall going and stuff like that. I feel like we could make it happen with the size that we're working with. So we could do some fun design. Because this lake is going to be multiples of these big. So I'm super excited. But if people have ideas, they want to like talk about like what buildings they would have in a village, interesting options. If people want to come in and build any particular thing, we welcome community members. Might need this thing, this mountain piece here. It's not that big. Carved down a little bit to be able to build just over it. So if somebody wants to come in and do that, like this will be helpful. I'm already going to have to do it a little bit. Just to bring it down a little. It's fine. We're going to definitely be doing some placing of land and getting the levels right, and it's going to be a little bit of a hassle, but that's okay. It makes it beautiful. Okay. The nice part is this is not that crazy to terraform. It's not the best. I feel like that's one area that the devs need to work on is their terraforming tools.
Yes, the rake is stupid and it doesn't work.
I don't like the rake. I never use it because it's awful. Honestly, if they improved it, they need to tell us, because nobody uses it. I've never seen somebody use it. I think some of the mods have better tools, perhaps, but I kind of like sticking to the game the way it was designed, and that way everybody can play without anything downloaded necessarily. I might actually be able to put this here. Doing this also gets rid of stuff. I kind of always forget that this is an option. I can't put the line down quite right, but I at least cleaned it up a little bit so I can go through here. Certainly won't be pretty for a while. That's not important. That's not the idea here. You know, one of the things I like about Thanksgiving is how many vegetables exist. I am such a funny person. I love vegetables, always have. And I never find places, like even when you're going out to eat, like how many varieties of vegetables do like even restaurants have? And I just love the number of vegetable options that we get at Thanksgiving. It's like amazing. I mean, I love turkey and I love stuffing and I love like all sorts of things, but I just love the options you have around Thanksgiving for vegetables. It makes me so happy. And that's very odd, I'm sure. Most people are like, vegetables, that is the last decision I like to have on my plate, but I love it. It's funny, because like whenever we go out to eat or something like that, Neil's always like, where do you want to go? And I'm like, something with vegetables. My most common go-to. And think about going out to eat and think of like places that actually have vegetables. It's actually not that many. So it's more restrictive than you might think. Not that I had a ton of vegetables today. I definitely didn't. Oh, good. We have a view bot. Got banned. view bots. I do love that Siri makes it so me and my mods don't have to stop what we're doing in order to ban them. Just like auto handles that stuff. Although I think it got one person, I forget who was like joking around about the viewers and stuff. Because a view bot had come in and got somebody and they banned them. I had to unban them. Like, sorry. Siri bot took you seriously. Siri bot takes their job very seriously. Use good bot. Tedious, 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 tedious. I wish I put music on. I don't know. Do I need music, guys, beyond the game music? Then I'd have to turn the game music down. I don't know. I don't know if people can hear the game music. It's kind of soft. I have it low currently, I think.
I laid out like some of the different types of materials
That people
to
can
just
use.
kind of get an idea.
Just building options.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're going to need to grind a lot of the building materials for this area. For sure. And some of the trees, probably. Plant them.
See, in that, once we get it plotted out and have that extra area where we don't have anything planned yet, I should
Use it
do this
true.
and
Just so
put
people
boxes
have-
with that material
Oh, yeah.
in it.
For sure. And that way people can see, okay, these are the options to really play with. What do they all look like? What one would fit
I'll leave
my
these
design
here for
best?
now.
Because we don't want the village to look like every single building is the same either. So
Yeah.
how do you mix and match materials to make it look like it belongs in this village, but also not everything is going to be identical? And that's going to be actually like tougher. And like that doesn't mean we can't bring in like pieces like, so maybe you want to use like a wood edging from another biome, perfectly fine, but like the base be it and just like change the framing of your windows or something like that to look different. I think that would be very
and
cool.
like I think a lot of these would work really well even if it was the whole build, but a mix of them would be really cool.
Right.
Like which one this is? Oh, the half timbered shell limestone block. It's a lot to say. That one I feel like, is that this one? Yeah. Would be great for like the tavern because it's a little fancier.
Yeah.
But then, that's this one right here.
That's very taverny. I really like that. But that wouldn't work for like a normal shop necessarily.
No. Yeah,
Maybe
and then,
magic
like,
shop. I could see magic shop too using something like that.
Yeah.
But you definitely don't
like-
want every building to have that same thing.
I like this one for a magic shop.
Which one? Right.
The one I'm standing on.
Oh yeah, that could be done. I like that.
And then like the simple shroudwood for the fishing hut.
Exactly.
Like it looks weathered and
And
like
like
it's been,
this wood
you know,
works really well for almost every other shop if we wanted to,
yeah,
or especially as a component to other shops. Maybe you have stone on the bottom and wood on the edges, or vice versa, something like that.
yeah.
Very fun. Exactly. So like the mixing and matching is going to be the part that's actually like I think part of the challenge is to not make everything look the same and to be individual. It's another good reason to have multiple builders. So if people are interested in building at all in here.
Oh, and I put 2 near the shrine of which ones I think would look good around it. That are like the ones the well blocks, and the other ones at the temple that has like the moss and stuff on it.
Oh, it's really pretty. We might be able to get some water area blocks as well, because we are going to have water biome near us. Like we're going to create the water biome, but still. So if we wanted a couple blocks that are more water based for use, especially for things like the capybara section or the rice paddy section or the fisherman's hut or the fishing shack or something like that might be options that would be good. Like even the tea shop's going to be like next to the water, on the water, or even the flame shrine itself that we build might want to have some elements if they make sense. So we could consider those too. Like we're open to blocks. It's just like they need to make sense thematically with the build and or the area and like why. Kind of like a little D&D reasoning of how did that person come across that block? Why would they have it?
Trying to get you the daytime.
Oh, thank you. Did you put a bench down here? There's another traveling party. You might have friends visiting. Yep. You're very excited to see me.
On my way back. Wrong button. I keep hitting something that's making me lock on to them, and I don't know.
Oh, I forget what button it is. There's a button that locks onto them. I've hit it a few times myself, but there's like one specific key.
Yeah, and it's because I've been playing so much Warframe that I'm hitting the buttons that belong to Warframe. They're actually coming out with a game called Soulframe.
Okay.
Which is
the Souls version of Warframe?
It's a medieval fantasy magic version.
Okay.
And I was watching a trailer and they showed somebody riding on a giant white wolf, and I'm like, I'm sold.
Right?
I want it.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fun.
That's all I care.
Very World of Warcraft.
Has like magic and like stuff like that. So, at least from the trailer I watched.
As long as they don't go PvP. I think that's the problem I have with so many games.
Yeah, this one is all, unless I think, well, there might be like an arena or something where you could fight against other people.
Fine.
I'm not really sure.
That would be fine.
Right now, at least, as far as I know, Warframe is just PvE. Oh, there's another dragon. Good thing I'm here.
As we grow the thing, it should dissipate their problems. Hi, China Grace. I'll show you a picture. This question's going to come up a lot, but we are building a village. So we've designed out a village. We are open to adding more buildings, and we're open to new builders. If people in our community have the game and would like to join, even just to build, even if that's all you do, we'll provide all the materials, whatever, that's fine. And I'll show you kind of the idea. So these are the quadrants. So you see the squares on there. These are the size of the quadrants. So one small shop, like a fishing shop, could take up this much space. That includes decor and space like that. And oh, Allie took death. That's okay. Allie had an example here for a bit. But it can hold like a decent sized shop. And then like say the tavern would be like 4 of these quadrants. That kind of thing. And you can build up or you can build down into a basement. That's fine. And each of these buildings is also going to have magic storage bins that hold the things that make sense for that shop. So if it's alchemist based, the magic shop is going to hold all the magic spells and magic potions and all of the magic components that you would need to build with magic and things like that. So keeping them there. And then decorating in that vibe. And then we're going to have a really big lake and a really pretty like water feature type flame shrine. And yeah, we have lots of different things planned. A tavern and farming areas and animal pens. And we're trying to go like the builds. We were talking about that where here's the different building blocks that would traditionally be on the outside because they go with the theme of like the location where we're at. But then you can mix and match these blocks and like within reason having a couple other things be like decorative components as well. Like, and inside, for example, the magic shop might have like some really cool colored blocks and stuff from another area because it's the magic shop and like that's the vibe inside. But the outside of the building would look very similar in vibe. But we don't want every building to look identical. So it's finding that like mixture. And we're looking for more ideas. So if people have ideas for different shops, like I added in a tea shop, right? A little tea shop. I think that'd be really fun and cool. Little coffee tea shop. And we can now with the update, China Grace, you can add ponds and such. So we're going to do it. We're going to take full advantage of that. You can even build underwater now if you want to. So we may make part of our flame shrine underwater access. That would be really cool. So yeah. we're thinking ideas. So, and we left a section at the bottom free for like other ideas, housing, just basic houses. So if anybody in the community wants to build something, we could give them a plot or give them one of the building sections and go, okay, this is your space and build it within these parameters and we'll, have at. And as long as you follow the parameters and stuff like that, I think it'd be really fun. I mapped it all on a grid, makes me so happy. Oh yeah, I needed to do it. I needed to see. So I took the biggest flame shrine possible, which is 160 by 160, and I plotted it as a 16:16 grid, so divided by 10, right? And
she
so
showed up my simple drawing. She took my simple drawing and ran and made it so much better.
Yeah, Allie came up with a simple drawing, and I was like, oh, hold on. Hold on.
He said, hold my beer.
So, yeah. So, we're going to do all the plotting first, and we're going to probably put down the lake and make sure the layout fits the graph, that I didn't mess anything up too terribly. If I did do the math wrong, then we're going to fix the graph first before anything else. Fix the layout. Then we're going to do a lot of, like, not necessarily leveling so much as, but like clearing like this mountain. Like this doesn't need to be here. It's mini mountain, right? It doesn't need to be here. We're going to clear it out. Clear out bushes, build the lake, probably start with the flame shrine because it's going to be in the lake as like a big project. That kind of thing. But if people want to come in, as soon as we have it basically mapped out and make sure it fits the grid, if people want to come in and build something, we are open. Maybe we'll even do a building contest. I'd be open to a building contest if we get enough people interested. You know what I mean? Like, but if there's only like me, Ollie, and like Numic interested, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing that. But if we get a group, a decent sized group interested in building, I'd be down for a contest because I think that'd be really fun. So maybe I need to reach out to a couple other people who do Enshrouded type builds that I know, see if they'd be interested in doing something. So yeah. Forgive your lack of no worries. I was excited with your question because this is my hyper focus of the moment. Not that I need this while I'm trying to, like, you know, move and stuff. That being said, side note, I have an overlap of like a week in this apartment and the new apartment, which starts on the 1st. And we have internet starting on the 6th. But I currently don't have a desk in the new apartment. We don't own a desk, personally, at this moment. So we need to get one. We need to, you know, figure that out, and so it might be a little bit of time before I have proper setup. I mean, I can always, like, you know, make something janky happen, but it's not the ideal. So I'm planning streams, but just an FYI, we may have some kinks to work out, like desks and setup, and there might be some sound issues because we don't have curtains for a little while or carpeting, and so it's like echoey. So fair warning, stream quality might be, or stream consistency might be lacking in the next couple of weeks as we sort all of those issues out. But I actually have a nice kitchen that maybe we can do a kitchen stream. It would be really fun. It would be really cool if we could. I don't know. It would be cool. I should focus on one quadrant at a time. I'm not doing it, but I should.
I made a repair bench. I don't know if you'll actually need it, but just
possibly. I don't know. Especially if I have to take more mountains down. Distractions are key to surviving a move. Even when a move's a good thing, there's never a time when moving does not suck. I know. We don't even have that much stuff, though, so what is nice about having a week to do it is we're going to have the keys to the new apartment in a week. And so my husband works near the location of the new apartment, which is one of the reasons we got it. So every day when he goes to work, he's going to bring a car full of stuff and then drop it off, you know. So it's not so bad. And the last couple days of next week, because Monday and Tuesday I am going to be a little bit busy. Still planning to stream on Tuesday as of now, but we'll see. I do have a dentist appointment then too, so if something goes awry, we're canceling. So we'll see. But what was I going with that? But the rest of the week, I'm planning to like go kind of with Neil in the morning to work, and then I work from like coffee shop and library, that kind of thing, and then in the afternoon do some work in the apartment, make a list of things we need to go shopping for, scour Facebook Marketplace, that kind of thing. See if we can find some good deals before we go buy stuff new, because for a month we're going to be a little bit tight on funds. Once like the end of December hits, we're going to be fine, I think, but it's just a lot because we're also buying a really cheap car from our uncle. So gotta get that all registered and all that all at the same time. We're doing this all at the same time. It's very foolish, but it's fine.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I'm just warning you because of the dragon.
Oh yeah. Fair. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm excited. It's gonna take some time. Hold on, I count 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20-ish. Oh, I think I need to put it on the 21. I forgot. I need to put it on 21. Not that it's a huge difference, but still. Minorly difference. Moving's expensive no matter what you do. Yeah, and I mean, we put down $6 grand for the apartment, you know what I mean? First month, last month, and a deposit, so like, so that kind of, you know, tapped us out just a hair. I feel like that's always the problem, is like they want so much money down, and I understand why they do for like a security reason. But, like,
it's
it's
ridiculous.
A lot of money to put down and to just have available. And like after moving back from overseas, like we just didn't have that kind of money to burn either. We had gone through our savings to just survive for a few months, so, and to move back. So that's why we didn't get a permanent apartment. Plus, we didn't know where, and we were talking about potentially buying a house, which we're putting on hold for at least a year, if not more. Because my husband's not sure he likes his job, you know, and he wants to see if there's other options, and if there is, we don't want to like buy a house and then have to move again because, you know, the new job is forever and a day away. My job's online, so it doesn't matter, but his it does. And that's the problem with the current place we're in. Like, we're allowed to stay, and it's fine. It's just, it's not ours. It's not, we can't settle in quite right. I'm always worried the cats are scratching something that's, you know, the place's instead of ours. It's kind of like little details. It's ludicrous. Yeah, we're trying to be smart about it. It's so obnoxious. I hate moving. We've done it a lot, but I hate it. Luckily, we don't own a lot of stuff anymore because moving overseas, we don't own that much. We do have some things in storage, but really it's not that much. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, that's fine. It looks good. Yeah. So this is the hyper focus of what I'm doing. So if you guys don't see me building the whole thing, it's because, you know, I'm building offline, especially if I don't have a good gaming setup. That might be a thing I do. Until I have a good gaming setup, we'll see. We are hoping that the new place I'll be able to set up the VR in my gaming setup room too. And that way I could do VR streams. Because we have a VR. And I've never been able to do a VR stream because it's always been in a different room and we didn't have the space. This place, we have an entire bedroom. And it's not like huge, but I think it would be big enough to do a VR. So we're hopeful we can set that up to do VR. If not, it'll be in the living room and I won't be able to do it quite that easily. But it doesn't mean it's a small apartment, so I don't think it would be out of the question. Cooking streams will actually be harder because we have to have cords running across the house, but still potential. Last time I moved was from Georgia to Missouri, and I couldn't believe the amount of sheer crap you'd collected. Oh yeah. I'm a minimalist for the most part. I have collectible things, but I part with things very easily. The only thing I actually get really attached to is books. I have a hard time with books. Um, Most other things, for the most part, I can let go of really easily, even like sentimental things. Um, which is good because I moved overseas and I could take not very much of it with me. So, and there's a chance we want to do that again, right? So, but our thinking is eventually we'd like to buy here in the States and have permanent residence here and then be able to live overseas and like rent it out if we need to. And then if we have to come back, we have a place to come back to. So it's a thought. It's a thought. It's the long-term thinking. It's probably possible. But what's nice about renting is it also gives us time to go, oh look, there's a cool place that we would like to build. And so let's buy that land and like plan that out. Or do we want to, you know, oh, here's a good deal of a place that we found. Let's look into it and really. So there's options. Or not buy at all and just rent and see how it goes. Don't know. There's a lot to be said for renting. I don't love owning. We've done it before. Owning feels like, and anybody else who has owned a home can probably attest to this. It feels like a constant battle with water and bugs to some extent. Like you're constantly like fighting with bugs and water, in some form or fashion. Whether it's from outside or inside pipes or appliances or something. Something. Always. Every now and then it's like electrical or something. But like for the most part it's water and bugs. And it's constant. There is no end. Because it's just always pushing it away. Because those things never stop coming. They never stop trying to come. So it'd be like that. Okay. And in some ways that's not super fun. But when your rent is the same price, like my rent right now is the same as what it was. It's more than what it was costing us to pay for our mortgage with insurance and everything else. Now, with, you know, things breaking periodically, it did cost maybe slightly more to own, but then you got something back from it. So, now that was a little while ago, and we got a decent deal on our house when we got it, but still. So, yeah. Never ending, yeah. Constant.
We'll probably never buy a house again, even though I would love to. My husband, his OCD got him so stressed with like every little possible thing that might be wrong with the house that it wasn't like now we're renting and we can just like, hey, the fridge is broke, or hey, this
Right.
needs to be fixed. So it helps a lot with him not like having to focus on that, or hearing a drip sink. His example was he would hear the sink dripping and think that there was water leaking in the walls.
Yeah, and then you're always like, oh my gosh, what's in there? What's the problem?
Yep.
How do I handle that? I would almost
So
prefer to own multiple like rentals and stuff and have like a system in place for all of these issues, and like almost better, and somehow, and I'm not sure why in my head, but because you'd have people to call like for all of these issues, and it would just be a situation that you planned for financially and stuff, which theoretically you're supposed to do that anyway, but I don't know. Does it happen when you own your home? Not always. Whereas in a rental situation, there's like an income, you can put it away every part of it, plan part of it to go towards that. I don't know.
yeah, we're lucky that we like our maintenance people,
Mm.
and they're nice and they're like not rude, and they don't, just barge in to the house.
Yeah, that's. We don't know how ours is gonna be. We're mildly nervous. We'll see.
That's
We've had
always
good
scary.
experiences before, so we're hopeful. And we met, um, not the owner, but like the person who's like running the show. I guess the landlord, the person in charge of maintenance and all of that stuff. So hopefully it's good. It's just a smaller setup, so they don't have too many rentals. Rent has gotten ridiculously high. It really has. It's insane. And our paychecks are not getting bigger, you know? I mean, we're blessed that my husband makes decent money, but even so, looking like how does, like, he makes better money than the majority of people, and I look at it and go, how are people affording this? This is like a two-bedroom apartment, like, my God, in a reasonable neighborhood. Not even a great neighborhood, a reasonable neighborhood. How? We theoretically, with like the kind of money he's making, like only like 10 years ago would have been able to afford a much better place in a much better neighborhood. And it's like, this is crazy. The kind of money they're charging is astronomical, and the local people can't afford it. Stupid. Like, when the people who are building the house can't afford to live there. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop. And I mean, like, apartment buildings. Like, what are you building? Like, why is $2,000 a month like cheap for rent? Why is that a thing? That's crazy.
There's an apartment we looked at when we first were looking, and there was no drawer for silverware.
Oh my God.
Okay? Just remember that. I looked at the price of the rent for that apartment now, and it was a 2-bedroom, and it's like over 2,000.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, you don't even have a silverware drawer.
Yeah.
Like, and so I'm like, I don't understand
how you could be charging for these kinds of things. We looked at one apartment that reminded me of an apartment we had. We lived like near Yale for a little while, and like some of the apartments near there are very jankily put together, to say the least. They're like, this used to be a bedroom, a whole building, that this whole floor was like one apartment or something, but we're gonna turn into 4 apartments and see how we can make that work out. And so it was really janky looking, so you would get really awkward like sections. The sink would be put into the end of like a really skinny hallway, and you're like, who's washing dishes at the end of a hallway? Nobody does this, but like that's how it would work, kind of thing. And we looked at an apartment, we're like looking at the pictures going, I'm not living in that. That's like reminds me of that, but they're still charging $2,000 a month. Like, what the fuck for? This is like student kind of housing, and yet that's what you're providing? It's insane. Like, that's not quality housing. As it is, the one complaint that we have of this place is that we have to go outside to go into the basement to wash clothes, which is not the worst thing, but it is inconvenient during the winter.
Yeah, that's kind of odd.
Yep, you have to go, but it's also not the first place we've seen that did this, where the access to the basement was outside. I mean, that's where
I've seen houses like that, but
right, but then you can
have the washer and dryers inside the house still.
Right. Yep. So this is the downside of this particular place. So that's obnoxious, but I'm going to be doing it most of the time. So I said I'm willing to forego that, because the other option that we had was an apartment building, but it was loud during the day, and I'm working from home, and I just don't do as well. And this one's like only another family. It's like a 2-family building, and it's like a quiet older couple like in the downstairs apartments. We have the upstairs. We're gonna be the noisy neighbors, I think. So like, that's a better problem to have.
Yes.
And it's a smaller, quieter neighborhood and that kind of thing. So like, we're like, okay, let's do this. But it's also, yeah, no excuse for all that. Exactly. Got my condo back in 2012. Got it as a foreclosure, but it was almost perfect shape. My mortgage is $450 a month. Right. I think our mortgage, when we had an entire house, it was a 4-bedroom house with a fully finished basement. I think it was 2,300 square feet. Like, think of that. Okay, our mortgage was 1,900. 1,900, and we're paying more for a 2-bedroom apartment that is like 1,000 square feet. That's crazy. That's crazy money. Now, I don't regret selling our house because it meant we could go to Croatia. Okay, I don't regret that. There's days I regret that. I also don't really like the location our house was in. But it wasn't like a bad neighborhood. It's just 30 minutes from anywhere ever. Like, to go to the other side of town took me 30 minutes sometimes. So, like, awful. You wanted to go into the city, 30 minutes. You wanted to go into, you know, the other city, 30 minutes. You wanted to go get groceries, 30 minutes. Like, everything was freaking 30 minutes away. Kind of annoying. Just in the middle of nothing. But the house was lovely. We did live on a massive hill, though, which was really annoying. Winter times were sucky. As you might know. As you might have guessed, we didn't sell in the winter because we didn't think people would buy it in the winter. We put it on sale in the springtime and it looks beautiful. Don't think about snow. And they didn't. It's 2-bedroom, but it has a full basement, a bit over 1,000 square feet. Perfect for just me. Yeah, back when I had 6 cats. Well, and that's what we're planning. We're like, we have 4 cats, plus I stream, so I need a room, plus I'm working from home, so I need a workspace, right? I need a comfortable place for me to stream, to work, to have a little library, but also we want to have like not necessarily a futon, but maybe a day bed or something like that, so somebody could sleep over if they wanted to, or, you know, people were visiting, that kind of thing, because it is a 2nd bedroom, and that's convenient. So I think it'll be good. We're actually tight on space for the cats, because litter boxes will be actually difficult to, like, have sufficient number of them in the space we have, but we're gonna make do. We're gonna make it work. I mean, we're living off 2 litter boxes, which is significantly not enough for 4 cats right now, and they're making it work. So
we have 3 litter boxes for 1 cat right now.
My God, spoiled.
But that's because we have 1 upstairs, and then we have 2 in the living room from when we had Lola, because she needed one that she didn't have to step over too much.
Okay, fair.
Because of all of her issues. So we just kind of left it, and we have one of them that's in the cabinet with like the padded thing at the top, and I'd like to just have that one, but our spoiled boy likes to use one for one thing and one for the other. So I'm like, okay, you know what? Fine, you can keep both litter boxes.
It's funny. It works. It's just funny.
But it means you don't have to clean it as often. Cause
it's true. Like right now, I have to clean these boxes for 4 cats, 2 boxes at minimum once a day. Better to do multiples. Usually they can forego, but like it's stinky by the end of the day if I don't do it the 2nd time. So
yeah,
it's a lot, and it's a lot. So not that you shouldn't be scooping your boxes every day, but it means that like going away for a weekend is like I can't even leave food or have my automatic feeder feed them or something like that. Like that's just out of the question. I need somebody to come. So, yeah. Which right now we have meds anyway, so it's same difference that we need to give cats. So whatever, but
yeah, we can't leave Loki. I don't have anybody I trust enough after what happened with my brother-in-law.
Right, where they didn't come. That's awful.
Yeah. Yep.
What's nice is we're moving close to a friend of ours who, now, granted, she goes to a lot of the same dance conventions we do, so she may not be a great option when we're going to dance conventions, but for other trips and such, she might be a good option. She lives really close to our new apartment, and she loves cats, but she can't have one in her current apartment, so I think she's already volunteered to come just play with them, and I'm like, please do, any day. Please and thank you, I need help. They need like 4 hours of playtime every day, and I just don't got it. in my soul. Love them, but no. So we may have a babysitter for at least anything not dance related, which I often am not going to the dance conventions for more than one day, and since I'll be getting a car, that may be a problem that doesn't exist anymore, because I really can't dance for more than one of the days, so we may be able to make it work.
Is there another raiding party? Do I need to...
I don't see one.
Okay.
We may, when it gets big enough, it may clear their stuff. And we may put a wall around our village just to keep out unfriendlies.
Yeah.
Somewhat.
Keep out the riffraff.
Yeah. This is such a tedious process, but I think by gridding, we're all going to be happier.
Yeah.
I think it's going to make so much more sense. It's going to be able to be visual and be like, okay, this is my space. Because it's so easy to overbuild if you don't have parameters. And, like, it's reasonable to overbuild a little bit into somebody else's space if, like, it needs to happen for a certain reason. But otherwise, we're like, okay, give me a parameter and, like, let's build within it. And also, that's a little bit of a challenge to just, here's your space, stick to it. What can you do with that space that you're given?
Yeah.
Is, like, kind of a fun challenge in itself. When I did the Baba Yaga build, that was one of the parameters, was it actually had to be quite small. They gave me this much space is currently plotted, which is actually bigger than I ended up using. But I used the space to decorate the forest like a Baba Yaga forest, right? Because that was part of the theme. I was like, okay, how do I make a smaller build? Like, how do I think small? And I actually found I really like the small builds. I have big dreams of doing big builds, but and this is actually a big build, but it's chunked into small manageable pieces, which is how my brain likes it. My brain loves the chunking into pieces. Oh, it makes so much logical sense. And then I don't get overwhelmed by the idea of a massive build. It's very easy to get overwhelmed.
Yeah. Or, like, you know, tear down your building 4 times before you leave it in one piece.
Yep. I can't imagine who would do that. That doesn't...
Nope. Couldn't be me.
Right. None of us would ever do something like that. Small builds over big areas are just as beautiful. And I think I don't know, there's a creativity factor that's different. Like, big builds are gorgeous, don't get me wrong. Some of the things some of the people have done in Enshrouded, massive, massive builds that are just beautiful. Okay, they're gorgeous. But I also just love the small builds, and I find them sometimes more impressive. I don't know if you guys have seen, and I can showcase if you guys haven't. Enshrouded themselves, devs posted on their social media and in their Discord a picture of what one person built. They built a statue of a horse, but they used dirt and rock blocks and objects, because now you can move the objects and place them exactly the same way that you want them in, like, whatever direction. And they built a statue of a horse using objects and dirt, and it looks perfect. It looks amazing. If you want me to show you, I'll show you. Hi, Rob. So, like, I don't know, sometimes the small builds, you have to fine-tune it in a different way and find an alternative that works, and it's just creativity. It's different. Micro versus macro. The macro is impressive, don't get me wrong. The planning and execution that takes to build macro builds is insane. But, which eventually this one will be, kind of. That's the thought. But this will also give us something to work on in between when we've done all the question marks and you know, we've done a lot of the quests and stuff. Give us something to continue working on in this game. And I just love this game. I don't want to, like, stop playing for months on end. I love it. So let's do some projects like this. And I'd love for each of our places to have a build, and we work on it. So that's ongoing projects. I still have Hobbiton we're going to be working on. I'm open to suggestions for other builds. You know, they don't have to be thematic. They don't have to be. We can. I like challenges of all kinds. How's it going, Ram? We're doing a fun build. It looks like just creating blocks of lines here, but I promise it's a build. Right now it's called grid paper. We're gonna do some math. Literally, I did some math and I'm hoping I'm correct. I hope I did my calculations correctly. Sometimes my brain does it properly and sometimes my brain does weird shit. So we'll see. How was your Thanksgiving, Ram? Did you eat lots of good food? What was your favorite? We had a friend who made cranberry sauce, and it was the first time having like homemade cranberry sauce, and it was glorious. And I don't normally like non-jellied cranberry sauce. I know everybody has an opinion about cranberry sauce, whether it should be jellied or not, but this is like a non-jellied cranberry sauce, but they added like a lot of orange zest and flavoring to it. It was so flippin' good. Oh my god, and the consistency was good, which is the usual problem I had with the non-jellied. It's consistency. Oh my god, it was so good. She did such a good job. She made amazing brioche rolls. Fancy. I was like, I'm not doing that. Yeah, I know, she got fancy. I was like, she apologized. She's walking through the door with 5 different kinds of food, all made from scratch, and I looked at her, I was like, you were supposed to bring like 2 things. What the heck happened? What happened here? And she's like, well, I went overboard. Clearly, we see that. It tasted amazing. So it's fine. I think I got all of these edges. I think I got all the quadrants. Graph paper? Yeah, I'll show you in a second. We're building a village. I know it looks like graph paper. Okay, I know it looks like that, but it's a village. Alright. This is what
your image.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on. I have a plan. And I did the math for the section, and so we have a grid, and so now we're building the grid so we can place things in the approximate locations and plot it out. So we're building a village and having all the different sections of the village be functional and store the right items and have them in the right location and make it thematic and make the builds like look right and have the right people behind the counter and like really pull out the options for our little build. And I say little, but it's gonna be big. So that's the plan. I'm super excited. Now, it might go awry. I might have plotted incorrectly, and we'll make adjustments then. But currently, this is the plan. So we upgrade it, and we're plotting lines to get the right size of the sections to be right. They're about 20 by 20 currently, and my brain says they may need to be 10 by 10 instead if I did my math wrong. So we're gonna count them and see if I did it right or if I did it wrong. We'll see. So that's the one caveat is I can't tell if I need to do that or if this is gonna be right. So we are trying it. But if I did it wrong, that's an easy division to remake, and then we can adjust the graph accordingly to the actual sizing and what we want. But one of these squares will be like the average size of a shop. A little magic shop or a little house. Average size of that. That doesn't mean it's going to be sitting on that. But like some shops, like the carpenter shop, might be too long. Like 2 spaces. That doesn't mean the whole shop's going to be that big, but you might have a shop here and then you might have like a woodworking like overhang or some other feature. Right? Like the blacksmith might be part shop and part decor and part like here's the forge. So, and making that look right. So, having different space for different purposes. The tavern will be like 4 of those blocks is the plan. So, just because it needs much more space. And that doesn't stop people from building up in any way, shape, or form. So, you can build up all you want. Or down. Down also works. But this is the boring part where I'm just plotting. But if people have ideas of things they'd like to see, I can put the map back up if people want it. But yeah, I can put it up if people have ideas of things they're like, ooh, this would be cool to have in there. Things that make sense in a little village. Little shops, like we're even doing a tea and coffee shop kind of thing, because villages would have a tea and coffee shop, let's be honest. A lot of villages do. So, makes sense to me. We're gonna have a little fishing shop and a fishing dock so we can fish more easily from our lake that we're creating. I think the lake, we're talking about having like different water features like waterfalls or even like an underwater access option to the flame. Maybe we could have an inside, like an underwater, like for all I care, I mean, it would have been something we would have to build first, I guess. I don't know how you would do that. But the flame could be inside of a water feature, like a whole waterfall be above it, and there'd be an inside where the flame is, right? So it could be very cool and complex. But we're at a level of, we're very open to ideas for this, so any thoughts people have, feel free. And if people are interested in building on one of these or would like to take over one plot or something, we are open to that as well. And if we get enough interest, talking about making it a contest, a building contest. I would put a prize up for something. I don't know what prize we would do, but I would find one. I would find a prize for somebody. This is one way to dig a mountain out.
Yeah.
It's one option. You don't get all the materials, but then you don't have to dig for ages. So it's one of my preferred methods. Nope, that's too low. Good enough, good enough. There we go. You eat too much, Rob? I mean, don't we all at Thanksgiving? I mean, Neil and I are both on, like, watching calories and being cautious and trying to restrict calories, and we both were like, yeah, no, we're not doing that on Thanksgiving. We're gonna only have, like, one plate of food, but we're not counting calories for this. Like, we're gonna enjoy the holiday and eat the carbs and eat the pie and do the things, so. We didn't go crazy overboard with multiple servings, but we also tried everything and enjoyed everything, so. Heck yeah. Like, there's a line. We're not gonna have seconds, thirds, that kind of thing. It's not necessary. We know that. And honestly, we weren't really hungry, which is good. It means that we're eating less and we're able to recognize when we're full quicker, which is better. Because I think our eyes sometimes think we're hungrier than we actually are. And then you have it on the plate and you just want to eat it because it tastes good, right? Food is good. We love food. But being able to stop when you're full is important. So. And for us, it's not so much a cheat day as like, it's a holiday and we're not going to be crazy. But we're not going to be unreasonable to ourselves and not let ourselves enjoy the holiday for what it is. Like, we don't really celebrate the original reasons of Thanksgiving, right?
It's Turkey Day.
It's turkey. It's food. It's celebrating people. It's celebrating food. It's celebrating, you know, a coming out together, whatever that may be, whether that's friends, whether that's family, whether that's, you know, chosen family, you know, and just enjoying each other's company and trying new foods and exploring those options. I don't know. For me, it's more like that because I certainly am not super into the original ideas behind it.
No.
God, I always hated when this time of year came around too as a teacher, because I'm like, I refuse to teach students lies of what happened during, like, the Pilgrims and the Natives did not sit down and have a lovely meal together. Okay, that's not how this worked. That's not what this is about. Nor did I really feel like telling, you know, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-olds. You know, would you like to know what the meaning of the word genocide? Like, there's like a line, right? Like, there's a line, and they're not old enough for that conversation. The way like high schoolers would be. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not telling them this nicey nice whitewashed story that didn't fucking happen either. So there was conversations, you know, initially about like, yeah, they stole some of the stuff that the natives had, and the natives didn't really believe in like owning land. So when they said they were gonna own the land, they were like, okay, nobody owns land, that's ridiculous, and kind of laughed it off, basically, not realizing what the Pilgrims and the English like meant by that. Which is kind of like, that's a good conversation about how like cultural differences can lead to miscommunications, and like that's kind of where I ended up taking the conversation with kids most of the time, because that's something they can understand, especially students I worked with. There was multiple cultures and they would often have words or phrases or concepts that were not the same. So that was a nice easy, let's discuss culture, right? And what do you do for Thanksgiving? What do you do for celebrations and things like that? So it's usually how I would end up twisting it around to fit the age group I was working with. So high school got the full dose of, yeah, no, genocide. But my gosh, complicated topics for little kids. We hear so much, and there was a couple times I had to have conversations with some of my fellow teachers, and I'm like, you know, it's not really appropriate to be making like Native American quote unquote like outfits and such like during this is not like go take them on a tour of like the Pequot Museum or something like that, like that's run by natives. Do that. Let's do that. Let's not do this. So some took it seriously and some didn't, but this is gonna be deep in this mountain here. I say mountain, but it's kind of a mountain. Whew. Digging this on up. Digging it on up. Gonna be terrible. I think we're gonna be underground. Okay. Oh, there's like dirt, man. There's dirt that's big up here. Okay. Ooh, mountain of dirt. Mountain of sand, really. I feel like it's going to be Minecraft and it's all going to fade down, and it doesn't do that in this game. So it's very odd that I can't just, like, place it and it'll come tumbling down if I go underneath it.
Yeah.
In some things we have Minecraft physics, and in others we don't. Okay, I'm taking down a mountain, it's fine. We don't need it flat, but we need it flatter. And we're gonna need to do terraforming and all that jazz. We were hoping for a like flatter space, but honestly, finding something this big that was flat was damn near impossible. So instead, I just decided we're gonna just play with terraforming, and it's gonna be what it is. And that's fine. It's not the end of the world. And if people aren't comfortable with it who are doing builds like me and Allie will help. This is fine. We'll leave that be. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. Now we have to tear this down. I don't mind this hill. Oh, I mind this hill a little bit, huh? I mind this hill a little bit. This hill's a little bit much. It's also unnecessary because we have... Okay. More terraforming than I was feeling like doing right this second while I was mapping this out, but... It's fine. It all has to get done eventually. I just tend to hyper-focus on one component at a time. I really like it. It makes me very happy. Unfortunately, I can't always do that. When mountains get in the way, you have to, you know, deal with that. I should probably post the map on Discord too, so if people have ideas, they can see it and be like, "Ooh, what about this? What about that?" Probably should do that at some point. Place that. Woo. Hi, Waffles.
We do not stop till nightfall.
What about breakfast?
We've already had it.
We've had one, yes. What about second breakfast?
Waffles, I know you're in for a building project, right? Just say yes. Full commitment, no questions. Akida, they'll explain it if you want. Sketch zombie. How goes the grind? It's going. Right now we're tearing down, you know, a mountain. As one does. You know, as one does. We're plotting a section of land for a really big build that's kind of also a micro build. So like we're making plots for multiple micro builds as part of one big build. So I'm plotting it, literally, into a grid. Dig it, literally. Like that. What's me gift? For what? Your 25 stream streak? The gift of streaking. You know you love it. You know you love to just be able to say you're streaking. You know it. Your gift, Waffles, is that you get to come build on here. Okay? That's your gift. You're welcome. Working on a ship, but you need a break. Fair enough. Are you building it in the water or out of the water? Obviously, probably out of the water before you fill it with water, but like, is it going to have water? I'm curious. How big is your ship? Now I have questions. Do tell. I love builds. I love what people come up with. Also, we have a section in Discord if you're interested. If you want to join. You don't have to join my Discord, but if you do, we do have a section of Enshrouded. I love to see people's builds. Please share. I love to see what people get up to. I mean, also pet pics if you have them. Like, we support all kinds of these things. A whale jumping over it? That's amazing. That's amazing. Rude. Who's shooting me? Bro, I was doing things. Stop. Knock it off. Nobody wants that. Nobody likes you. Happens when I'm building on the edge. I'm on the edge. Glory. Okay. In the lake. Excellent. Excellent. I love it. I love cool builds. We also have like a hobbiton that we're in the middle of. I built one hobbit house. I haven't decorated it fully yet. That was another project I could do. If we get tired of this, we'll go decorate.
Getting beat up. Where's my scorpion friends?
Right?
Or my dragon friend?
Honestly, I thought you had friends in high places. Do you need assistance or are you good? I can come
No,
over now.
I'm just trying to
I had one
bring
come
him
visit
over
me.
to my dragon. See what happens.
Okay.
I don't know if these ones, actually, like, the ones that are in the nests, if they'll actually, like, guard.
Or
The
maybe
option
not.
comes out.
So you would think
But
that
they
it's
don't
possible.
usually.
But maybe it's buggy too, who knows? Okay, so we have some of this rock to cut away too. For people who are curious what we're working on, this is the overall map of the village that we're planning. And we have the plots that we're trying to build out and figure out the right dimensions, make sure that the dimensions feel right with the sizing that we're actually thinking it is, and make sure I didn't do my math wrong, that kind of thing. So we're doing that right now.
Oh, my dragon did get up to help.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Good job.
Sometimes the ones that are in the nest won't.
don't need this to be dug out completely, but I do need it to be somewhat navigable. You sent
He's a
pigs?
dragon.
Gorgeous. I love seeing it. One second, let me get rid of this. Let me go peek at Discord. Let me go peek at Discord. Let me see what's going on. Also, we say hi. Let me see these pics. Yes, Enshrouded. Oh, you made a tank! Look at that tank! In Discord. Here, I can share screen, actually. Here we go. Share screen. Look at this tank. That's amazing. I love the use of these pieces.
Cool.
That's nice. That's nice. That's good. Okay, I can see this. I can see this.
Taking my dragon for a walk. Or for a fly.
This looks like a tank on the sides. I know it's the ship, but it looks like a tank. Honestly, with the if this wasn't water, I'd think it was a tank. Now I'm seeing the ship, what you're talking about. But oh my gosh, I like it. This is so good. Oh, the whale! Genius of materials, honestly. Good material option. That's beautiful. Oops, I clicked out. Oh my gosh, and it glows at night.
That is so cool.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous. I love it. I can show you mine. Show you mine if you show me yours. Builds I can't show you because they're not on this server, okay? I made a heart for Valentine's Day. This just took freaking forever for no reason whatsoever because I built it out of materials that were not the right shape. But I loved that one. And then, hold on. My best one. My proudest moment. These are little builds. These are not that big a deal kind of builds, but this one. It's a Baba Yaga hut. If you don't know, it's chicken legs on a hut for Baba Yaga for Eastern European mythology. I love these legs. I feel like I did so good on the witch's hut. Ah! Yeah. So, anyway. So, yeah. I want to do so much more building. I have so many ideas. It's a lack of time. And I tend to go deep into big builds and then not plan them out properly, and then I get overwhelmed by them, and then I get like, meh. So I'm trying to plot this one into small chunks to make it easier to manage in my brain. And by doing it in small pieces, it means the ADHD is happy, because then it's working on different sections and different themes all the time. But then it's also making the autism happy by being structured. We're working on it. We're trying to please the whole brain. It doesn't always work out. Most of the time it doesn't work out. Somebody's upset. Okay, I need to put like a wall here because I miscalculated the ground. We'll add ground later. You want to try and do Howl's Moving Castle next? That sounds great. Sounds like you're one of those like macro builders. I'm more of a micro builder. But damn. But it looks like you can do like such good details too. I love it. I always love to see what people can do. It's so cool. And then I just get ideas for the next one I want to do. Okay, if somebody doesn't mind just taking this down, that'd be great. This whole thing just... Just carving out a mountain here. Like a boss.
Got some desert shingle blocks.
Do they look different?
They're like... I think we have some at home.
Okay. Okay.
They're like blue hues and kind of remind me of dragon scales a little.
The cauldron looks kind of like cannons. They do. I mean, I can't think of anything better that would look like cannons. That was a pretty good choice, honestly. And I feel like a ship's a hard one. It's good though. Getting the details just right is like the challenge of the. How do I get this to like feel slopey but also not too slopey? I feel like it's a challenge because that section feels really low. Okay. I may need to get some dirt. I may need to get some dirt to fill this section back in. But it's a work in progress. If anybody wants to sit here and tear down this entire rock, we have a job for you. I know it's very, thrilling work. But I know some people in my community like to mine, so if they're up for that job, they're welcome to climb this mountain and dig it out and break it down. My way or this way or get the rocks themselves. We can use them, so like it's fine.
Say you give me a way up, I'll start getting rid of it.
Hello, hello.
There you go. Your little platformy. Hi, do you want to come tear down a rock?
I might. I got food in the oven, so I might be AFK a little bit.
Oh, AFK doesn't matter. That's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing build stuff. We're not doing fancy, you know, we're not doing any big battles or anything today. That's not the goal. So. Maybe do Castlevania Castle at some point. That one would be nice and classic. I feel like that'd be a cool one.
My sister said she's building a castle with different like layers or like levels, and she used one of the glowy blocks to do Roman numerals on the wall, so you knew what floor you were on.
I like that.
Yeah, it's like I like that idea.
See, I love the creativity people can just show. It's so cool.
She was saying she has a character she calls Mega Peasant, and it's like,
okay.
yeah, all the stuff is like all their levels are for mining and digging, and she's like, if you want somebody to come on the server and just get materials, you let me know. I was like, I will talk to, you know, the server owner about that.
I'm down.
Welcome anytime.
Yeah.
You can join us too if she wants to play.
Yeah, she can join.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not limited on who can play as long as like either they're vetted by somebody that I trust, which would be you, yeah, or they're in my community for, you know, a little while, so I know their name.
Yeah.
And they're not causing trouble in streams. Like, we're good. They can join. They can make a build. And we're talking about having like a building contest here too. If people, but if they just want to mine so other people can build, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. If people want to build and like take a quadrant of this and make it their own, like as long as they follow the parameters, that's the idea of the build, I'm down. Also, if they want to build a hobbit house and have a space there, the server's always going. I got no problem letting people do their building to their heart's content. But we're also working on Hobbit and Sketch Zombie. It's work in progress, like the entire town. We want to do the whole town, including a place for fireworks in the party. I have one Hobbit house built. It's not decorated, and Waffles has another one started.
Yeah.
So we're work in progress, you know. It's a thing. It'll get there. Person needs a break. I might need to feed them some decent food to help recover. Some stam. Yeah. There's lots of ideas for builds. It's finding the time and the energy. And the hyper focus. Right now I have the hyper focus for this, so we're diving into it. My brain's saying, do it. So we're doing it. That's when I do the best creative work anyway. Part of me wishes it was already like pre-plotted, but you know, there's only so much we can do. Or that there was an easy tool for plotting such things, or leveling and I don't like the rake tool. I guess there's mods for this too that maybe are better, but I'm gonna make the whale better and the idea of snow. I think your whale looks gorgeous. For sure. Oh my gosh, I don't know. But the block choice was really good, I think. You want to join Allie and tear that down, or if you want to build, if you need, like, you can just get normal rock blocks and like we're doing a grid pattern if you need help making the grid pattern. Whatever you feel like doing. I'm doing the grid, but if you like to tear down this mountain that's above me, also an option.
This whole sandstone thing?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the roof that I found. I put it over at where the other blocks are.
You can tear it out by just placing and removing, or you can mine it. It doesn't matter to me how you remove it.
There is a repair bench over by the flame. Oh, well, too far.
You know, maybe I'll just go up for now, and hopefully this is not in the middle of the thing. You know, it might be. I don't know. It's probably gonna be like... Hopefully it's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, page 21. Okay, so this is gonna go out to the edge here. That's not too bad. For now, and we're plotting. This is all, we just need the plots, so that's the problem, really, is the plotting. I'm also gonna do some work and add water in the whale, dripping off the boat in spots. Ooh, that would be really cool. I feel like then it would be like a snapshot in time, right? A little snapshot in time. I think your color choice, like your block choice, was spot on with that one. Spot on. I might need to pick up the one you're standing on just because this is going to be kind of in the way. And just put it up a little higher. Just so I can build my...
Right there.
Yeah, as long as we're not interrupting the flow on the bottom, I don't care. I imagine there's going to be several things as we go about this that are going to be in the way. Because we were trying to get something flat, but flat is just not an option in this size that we were talking about. So we need to flatten, or we need to like roll with the mountains. And I think rolling with the mountains and going with, you know, making the mountains work for us a little bit is going to be the way. But we do need to tear down some things like the massive rock wall there. Rock mountain. Oh, I probably should undo that later. Okay, we'll do that in a second. Tear this down and then we'll replace the blocks that I've misplaced because this didn't let me. Now that I'm thinking about it, if I plotted in grid some of my other builds, this might have been a lot easier to think through, and I probably would have been more excited to do them. Maybe this is the way for the future, because then I can plan the whole build and then do sections. Sometimes I vibe off the seat of my pants, which is fine to some extent, but I think the more planning I do, the easier this gets for my brain to process. Some things like picking the right material is like a vibe check, but little math never hurt nobody. Maybe it hurts Lili, but that's because she's math phobic a little bit. Word. Jenny's also a little bit math phobic, but to be fair, has dyscalculia, so like it's fine. We'll allow it. For people who don't know, dyscalculia is the math version of dyslexia. And it is quite common.
I believe it. I just don't like math.
Anybody who has like really struggled to memorize math facts like horribly and still can't even like to this day like really memorize math facts and they're working through in their head, they probably have dyscalculia. That's the main symptom. It's not the only one. There's other stuff, but that's the main one. Like a really confusing, like they don't understand, don't have a concept of number sense. So it's very difficult to make sense of numbers in ways that other people are like, oh, well, I have the idea of 10 and that 7 and 3 make 10 and that 6 and 4 make 10 and that's like number sense and that they're related, right, in that way. And being able to chunk into tens and like concept of 100 being part of 10, like those concepts, number value, like place value and stuff, is all number sense. And that's an area that's very weak for people with dyscalculia. the part that's most frustrating for them is usually that they have average to above average intelligence and they still can't do these things, so it's very frustrating. So they get labeled lazy because they're so capable and so smart, and they are. Just not in that way. And their brain works differently and likes to take the back roads instead of the highway. You can't do math in your head? That may be how you were taught. A lot of times, it depends on your generation, but a lot of times people were not taught how to do math concepts, weren't taught enough number sense, actually, to do math in their head properly. This calculus is very complex, yes. It was one of the areas I really loved as a special ed teacher. A lot of special ed teachers didn't know about it, okay? It's not something that's commonly talked about or taught. It was an area of my special interest, and I've had multiple students who I was able to, not diagnose, but educationally classify, because we can't diagnose in schools, but educationally classify multiple students with it, because it's more common than people think. But a lot of times they just get told they have a learning disability and that's it, and they don't figure out what kind. And it was an area of interest for me. I love learning disabilities. I say that sounds really weird, but I love them because I love figuring out the puzzle that is teaching people with them. And it is a puzzle because it is possible to teach them. It's just different.
Well, your favorite part was the teacher parent conversations.
Yeah, I love parent conversations. They're my favorite. Some parents are great. I loved some parents so much. This is not the thing I want. I want this. And then others I'm like, what is going on? My favorite was the day I was told I was racist because I labeled their child as special needs, and I'm like, no, your child has an IQ of 70. I'm sorry. And he's struggling in school, and there's like these other things. I'm sorry that that's upsetting, but it's not race. And what's funny is they had 2 kids, they're twins. One was black and one was white. It's very rare, by the way. Very fascinating. I love seeing twins like that. I've seen a couple, but it's very, very intriguing. And we were told that we only classified the black one. And we're like, he said those words, not us. Parent did. And we're like, no, that's not the case, because the other one's not coming up too. Don't you worry, he just has a different disability. And he did. He had a hearing disability and a learning disability. But his brother had something different. That's fine. It runs in families. That's the problem, is a lot of these issues do run in families, so I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be racist. It's not the intent. I want to help your child learn. That's all. Although some of the tests are racist, okay? That I don't deny. I don't deny that some of the tests are not, my brain doesn't want to come up with the right word, tested or not written in a way that is culturally friendly to people of multiple cultures. That's true. And they're not normed properly. That was necessarily for multiple cultures. So that's a thing. But that was not the case in this. That was not the situation in this case. But I've had some amazing parents too. I love some of my parents so much. Like, I still think about them because they were so amazing. So I go both ways. Some parents are really a pain. It's usually the ones who don't necessarily. They're the ones that are like afraid to label their child as special needs. And I'm like, I get it, there's stigma. I get it. But also, without the label, we can't help them. And that's what we want to do. So, and labels are scary. But I want to help. And with the label, they can get help. So, it's a little bit of putting the pride aside. I'm going, okay. And because I was usually the person, I worked with younger kids, I was usually the person telling the parents for the very first time that their child was, you know, what their child's, you know, levels really were and how they performed and what their learning was like. I was often very, very emotional for parents, which I understand. Narcissistic parents who care more about how they appear to others than getting their kids what they need. I've had my fair share of those. Or worse, I've had parents who made their kids more disabled because of their stubbornness. I've had students who were on the autism spectrum who were performing well in class. They were doing well. To the point where I was like, awesome, we might be able to not need like a one-on-one support for them, which I get parents would be worried about. Let's spend a year trying to see if they can be independent without that support and like give them, we'll take data, the pair will be there if they do need it, but let's take data and see how they do without one. And if they need it, we'll put it in and we'll keep it there, but maybe they are, you know, finally in a place where they don't need this much support. Let's see. And see how their grades are and see how, you know, can they keep up and does it hurt them emotionally to do this? How's it at home? How's it balancing? All those things. Mom was having none of it. She refused to even like see any of the data or let us do a lot of the things to do that, to test it. And our child was doing so well at school, and then she ended up pulling him out and putting him in a fully special needs program, super restricted with only other autistic kids. And a year later I saw him and he was so much more disabled. He wasn't able to hold a conversation anymore. He wasn't able to do a lot of the academic tasks. I was like, wow, okay, more disabled. So there's a lot of Munchausen's too, like not necessarily in that case, like, but she wanted her kid sicker. Not sicker's not the right word, but like more disabled than he actually was. And that's sad to me. That's a hard one to fight. So, and I actually see it from the other side too. Sorry for the loud noise outside. Like right now we're fighting for my nephew to get the supports he needs in school. You know, so it goes both ways. Get along with those folks that come to college and cannot function at all. Yeah, and they're bright, but because they were put into the wrong. So this is what we call the least restrictive environment, and it looks different for everybody. For some people, the classroom is their least restrictive environment, and for other people, being in a school with just other autistic kids would be the least restrictive environment to allow them to function and academically make progress as well as emotionally make progress, right? And so for every person it's different. Some kids need a one-on-one pair in the classroom and then they can do it, or some kids need time with this, you know, pulled out for a couple classes or a couple concepts. You know, there's so many different ways it can look. But when you give a kid more restrictive environments, so less time with their typical peers, then they can actually handle. It can do more harm than good. And there's a balance because, especially with the spectrum, right? Because social pressure creates anxiety. But you don't want to reduce all anxiety for people on the spectrum. And I say that as a person on the spectrum. Reducing all anxiety is bad. Making it so you never have to go out and be around people who are neurotypical is bad for you. Too much of it is also bad. But never having to do it is very bad for you. So, it is not something we should try to do with people. Because it leads to people who can't function in society at all. So, and it's one of the things, like, I work on with my therapist, too. Like, go, okay, I'm trying to do more social activities because I know that, yes, it's comfy to stay in my house and in my, you know, I work from home. I could theoretically stay home all day, every day, and never leave my house. It's one of the reasons streaming is really good for me. I'm socializing, but I'm in a safe place in my house. I can stop anytime I want. I'm in control of the environment to some extent. I can control who comes and stays and who doesn't. If I'm uncomfortable, I can say so in a much easier way than in some social constructs. But it's one reason that stream's so good for me. But I still make myself go out and do things. I love going to dance. Is it socially exhausting? Absolutely. But it's also worth it. You know, so it's... Avoidance is not appropriate accommodation. Agreed. Agreed. Sometimes, initially, to learn certain skills before trying it, yes. But the goal should always be to come back to it. Like, it's also regulation before demand, right? You don't demand a student or anybody, this goes for anybody, not just people on the spectrum, but anybody, don't demand that they do a task, a learning task, a work task, anything like that, without being regulated first. There's no point in going to work sobbing your eyes out. No point in that. You're not gonna work. Doesn't work. You don't function, you're not gonna get anything done. So regulation first, but then once you're regulated, you go back to the expectation, and that's just, and then you repeat that cycle. We become dysregulated, we try again, we regulate again, and we go back. It's key. And I don't know why that's so difficult to understand. A lot of times, school staff and things like that will end up doing the opposite. They'll do the task, then we'll give you the break. It's not how it works. Not how the brain works, not how psychology works. It's just not how it works. If autism, I'd rather never leave the house again, have a full-time job and get paid well. And you need to be a functioning member of society. It's just part of it. Okay. I'm gonna take a break from this corner and do some of these others. Yeah, I teach at an open enrollment 2-year college. I had one a couple years ago who told me 11 minus 2 equals 6. I can't help but wonder who decided college was where she needs to be. Oh god. And then I've had students. I've had a student with a severe learning disability who he wanted to be a carpenter, which was very reasonable. It was well within his wheelhouse. Okay, it was a very adult decision for somebody who was 16, because I was working high school at the time. And, or was he 17? 17, something like that when I saw him. But he was in, the school was forcing him to take Algebra 2. He didn't need any of that, but they were forcing him to take it. And it was too difficult for him to do. He physically couldn't do it. So we modified the heck out of the curriculum to get him to pass. But it didn't make sense for him to be in that class in the first place. He needed a class that was basic measurements and like things like you would need in a functional job like carpentry. And there was a class like that, but they wouldn't let him replace the class he was in for that. And it was something I fought for, but I couldn't win that one. I had another student who he would do all his work and all he wanted to do was listen to music, and that was what emotionally regulated him. They refused to let him listen to music, even though we made a behavior plan and track data and showed that it worked. They were like, no, other kids can't have music, so he can't have music either. And I'm like, that's so fucked. So fucked. I'm just setting the kid up to fail, man. The reason I stopped working high school wasn't the kids. I actually liked high school. It was administration was horrible. So inflexible. Why? No, it's not necessary. It's so stupid. Stupid rules and regulations that don't mean anything. I understand if you're trying to go to college, you need to take, like, Algebra 2. Yes, sure. For many things in college, you do need that information and that skill. But this kid wasn't planning to do that. It didn't make sense. Did not make sense. It's admin every time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Every single time I've ever quit a job at the school was because of administration. And the times I was happy at a job, it was because of administration. I stayed the longest I've ever worked at one job. And my ADHD doesn't let me stay very long sometimes. Was because one principal was amazing. And he listened and he heard and he had a really good, not open door policy, because he didn't call it that, but he had a argue it with me policy. He was like, every teacher, you're coming at it from a very different perspective than he is. He's coming from a whole school perspective, and we're coming from a classroom, or one student in my case, usually, perspective. And our perspectives are different, but no less valuable, right? And a lot of times he doesn't think of it as from that perspective because it's been a long time since he's been in the classroom, although he was a fantastic teacher when he was in the classroom. And so it was an argue it with me. Explain to me why this is so important for this kid or this classroom or whatever. And he might change his mind. And he did change his mind sometimes. I think that's super valuable. But a lot of times admin does not do that. Because I've talked till I'm blue in the face about some kids, and it didn't work. So, with certain admins. I do find that the good admins are ones who are good teachers. And there's a very large majority of administration in schools that became admin because they couldn't be good teachers. And they should have gotten out of the profession entirely. And that is the main problem. You need to be a good teacher first. And if you're not a good teacher, I get, it's okay to admit that and get, like, there's other options for teaching degrees, like, to do other jobs. So, administration is not a good choice. If you're not a good teacher. So, people don't quit jobs, they quit bosses. Absolutely. I think every job I've quit has become because of a boss. So, yeah. It goes for every career. I like what I'm doing now, quite a bit. And I like my boss right now, so that's nice. I do wish I was getting paid more, but that might be changing for me probably in July. If everything goes according to plan. So we're hopeful. Better pay, permanent position, because right now I'm a temp, technically. Temp to hire, you know. Which would be nice. I really like that I'm working from home. And I like what I'm doing. So, that part's nice. He shouldn't have had to take that class anyways. Modifying the class did nothing to help him and could have actively hurt him. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Because then he would have passed, quote-unquote, the class, but then he didn't know the work. Yeah. That's... But... It's okay. I knew what he was doing, and he's doing well. He's fine. He was also a kid who came and was like, I'm so frustrated, and he advocated for himself. I was like, I'm so frustrated, this doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, I agree with you. And I feel like in high school, that's how I would talk to a lot of students. Like, there was plenty of students who just didn't give a shit, right? They didn't want to try, they didn't want to do it, they wanted to be absolutely lazy as fuck. And I didn't really push that. I was like, okay, you're being lazy, okay, then that's fine. But if it's a learning issue, I will help meet you. I will walk you through every little step. I will stand there and hold your hand through every single difficulty. That's not a problem. What I won't tolerate is not trying. So if you're not going to try, neither am I. I'm going to sit here and go, okay, when you're ready to try, you let me know. But I won't tolerate not trying. Failure, I tolerate all day long. That's fine. Failure's great. Failure means you tried. So, and I think a lot of the students, by the time they got to high school, they had learned helplessness. And it's like, why bother trying? Nobody's going to help me anyway. And that was previous experiences. So, which you see in workplace too. You see a lot of people who don't bother trying. And then the work gets put on somebody else's shoulders. Yeah, he was willing to put in the work. He just didn't want to... He was one of those kids that, like, was a different kid. He got after-school help, too. He asked for it, and I gave it, without question. But he showed up, so I offered it to all the kids. But he showed up. Sometimes he would act differently in class, which is saving face, which is fine. I told him, like, outright, like, you don't have to necessarily do the work in class because you're trying to not, like, have your friends see that you don't know the answers. That's fine. Just don't be rude. Just sit and put your head down. Just don't be rude. Don't be an asshole. And I'm good. Like, I'll help you after school if that's what, you know. So we made up, like, signals that were private that he didn't have to say out loud he didn't know in front of all his friends, which nobody wants to do that. High school is a sensitive time, man.
High school was a horrible time.
It is. It's absolutely dreadful. And then if you add in, like, academic issues that you can't control, plus the social issues on top of it, and, like, ugh. It's horrible. So, gotta empower kids where we can. And then I had one student who she was the one who got herself identified. Her parents didn't give a shit. But she did. She was like, something's wrong. And she called her own IEP meeting and was like, okay, I would like to be tested for a disability because I think I have one. And we were like, holy shit, girl, you're going far. Just, good, goddamn. She was her own best advocate. And I've never seen that since. But I haven't worked a lot of high school since, so. But that was crazy cool to see. Never call people on in class. If you want to pitch in, fine, but lots of people are introverts and don't want to use that social energy. Absolutely. Absolutely. I always hated it when teachers would do that. I had that written into so many IEPs. Do not call on this student in class unless their hand is raised. Period. End of story. Don't do that. Shouldn't do that for any student. But don't do that.
Yeah. It was so different when I was in high school. Like, the only kids that got the help were the severe cases.
Right. Oh, yeah. It's changed so much.
Yeah.
Well, even so, like, also, I have this thing where, okay. So, a lot of special ed teachers and a lot of school districts think that if the child is not academically failing, they don't get an IEP, which is an individualized education plan with because they have special needs. That is not actually true, but it is a very, very common misconception to the point where I've argued it on TikTok before because people were saying this, and I'm like, no. Legally, you also have to support a student's emotional and social needs. And so if a student is struggling socially and emotionally, but academically are fine, you still need to be giving them supports. So if doing math because you have a math disability, but you can still do it, it just takes you 6 hours to do it instead of the one that it would take your peers, and that's stressing you the fuck out, you still get an IEP. At least a 504, which is a accommodations only instead of specialized instruction. It's the difference. But, like, come on. And the ADA says that, yes. But people will argue with me, and it drives me nuts that other special ed teachers will argue that with me. They're not failing a class, so they don't get it. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. And that is horrible. And I'm very passionate about that because that happened to my sister. People know my sister, and she talks about this on her stream too. But she has dyslexia and dyscalculia, and she was not identified as a student with a disability until she was in 11th grade. And that was because I pushed for it because I was in college for special ed, and I'm like, wait, you qualify for this. I know you qualify for this. And they were like, no, she's got good grades. Yeah, but do you know how long she does homework for? Do you know how long it takes her to do all of these things? We weren't even asking for an IEP, we were asking for a 504 for her to just get, like, fewer items and things like that, like, just modified mildly. Like, not different expectations, just extended time and things like that. Alternative setting because it was stressful. Struggling with some stuff at school with this right now. Folks are coming to me and not understanding the difference in college versus K to... Oh, yeah, it's hugely different. Hugely different. Unfortunately. Although, in April, in the US, the law is coming into effect. There was a law that was put in. And it's coming into effect where universities now need to have things. So before this, if a student with a disability went to college, they needed to request accommodations. So if you had a student in a wheelchair, they needed to go to their offices of disabilities and be like, hey, I need accommodations for these classes. These are the ones I want to take. I need accommodations, and they would work through it. If it was a student with dyslexia, or something like that, they would adjust classes with the teacher individually and with disability services. Come April, classes are supposed to be accessible, especially online ones. I don't know if they're changing. I have to double check the law. Like built environments, I'm not sure about that one, but accessible from the start. So online classes in particular, I know for sure, need to be accessible and without a student needing to ask. You should not have to have a blind student ask for it to be an accessible document that they can use a screen reader for. You shouldn't need to have a blind student or a deaf student need captioning or a transcript for a video. And they don't need to ask for it, it should be already there. And legally that's the new law. Which now is most classes because everything's online, so if it's an online component, it needs to be there. So come April, that is the expectation, and anything that's not that way, a student can sue. And they should. Because a lot of universities are being lazy about it. And not being proactive and not getting things fixed. And a lot of professors are very resistant. So please sue. Please do it. It's your right. And a lot of disability lawyers will take the case for free, so do it. So, unfortunately, schools are putting all that on the teachers, which we don't know how to do. No, you don't. And it doesn't make sense. And you need to hire professionals. That's my job, by the way, for people who don't know. I'm an accessibility specialist. I take documents, I take websites, well, websites I can't fix, but I will have teachers find different resources and then try to make them accessible and help make them accessible and give suggestions of how to make them accessible. But yeah, that's my job right now. And I love it. Although it can be very exhausting to fight with some people who are very resistant to finding a different resource. They're like, this is how we've always done it. Great, but that's not how we're doing it. And the amount of ableism I get from a couple of faculty, they're like, well, I think students should just ask. Well, that's not the law, so we're gonna not do that. You can think that all you want, but that's not the law, so. Yes, take things offline, but that's a first step. I think there's also I think there's also a resistance to some, or rather maybe it's a lack of time and we need to give faculty time to create resources. Okay, the video that you want to use is not accessible. Give faculty the time and resources to make a video. They're subject matter experts. Let them be subject matter experts.
It won't let me delete this.
Work with a video person, which should be through the school, to do it.
Let me try.
But it's the time and all that the faculty are not being given to. So I see that too. I understand the frustration on both sides. Okay, let's go.
Sandstone is complete.
There's
think-
little
Whatever.
itty bits floating in the air.
Oh gosh.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It's gonna drive Allie crazy.
Yep. But I can't, it won't let me, like, if I put up a wall, it will not let me delete it.
Weird. I wonder if it's too high.
No,
When we-
it doesn't matter where I am on the ground or in the sky. It's just inky.
Interesting. Because I can upgrade to the next level and that may fix it if it's a height issue. Because it should
did
upgrade
it? Can we got it?
too.
I'm gonna have
I
to
think
get
I
it.
got it.
There was a section I was working on and I'm trying to find it. Up here, okay. Everyone wants my stuff in Word, but Word screws up formatting if someone opens up a document on a different computer. Yes. But you can make it into an accessible PDF, but most people don't know how to make it an accessible PDF. Also, in Word documents, there are styles a lot of people don't use. Well, most people learn to make things like bold or, you know, change the font size manually on the main ribbon there on Word. But there's a styles, and if you set the styles so that the heading and different heading levels and stuff are the same thing you want, that will then suddenly make it accessible. Screen readers and things. But you also need to add like alternative text to pictures, things like that. But if you do that, then when you turn it into a PDF, it's more accessible. It doesn't make it perfect, but it does fix most issues. I feel like there should be more classes in how to do at least the basics. And
That was all of the little. Nope, there's one more.
that's something I feel like more faculty should be given as like onboarding supports. In my university that I work for, we're working on trying to create those kinds of things for faculty and also build understanding as to why it needs to be done. Just a different way of thinking about accessibility. You use math type? Oh, math type is horrific, China Grace. Horrific. It's bad programming. Ugh. I hate it. Yeah, so you have to tag every single math figure in PDF as an image and then write alt text for it. It's really fucking obnoxious. That's what it is. I hate those classes. I hate those documents I have to fix. Those are fun. Not at all. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think that's good. Yeah, goodish. I think it's correct. We tried counting. Hopefully it's correct. You see where I'm going with this? Yes. Oh, yes, I know. Yes. I do know, actually. Equations are the bane of my existence when it comes to this stuff. It's super obnoxious. Actually, it's still not as bad as, like, tables. Most people do tables wrong, and then they don't tag right in PDFs. Or sideways tables that don't read right. Fun fact, if a table is sideways in PDF, 9 times out of 10, probably more than that, it'll try to read the word sideways, and it'll be backwards. Oh, so screen readers will hear it all backwards. Literally every letter backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So, my husband thinks my job is really annoying because he gets to, whenever he listens, not the job itself, but like part of my job is to listen using screen readers, and they have really awkward voices. I'm getting used to it. I just tune it out now for the most part. I can understand why it's annoying though, because it does sound weird. If you haven't heard a screen reader voice, it's very robotic. I also have mine set somewhat fast. Not nearly as fast as blind people typically have it set, but... So it also is like incomprehensible to a lot of people. So he gets dripping mad. He's like, oh my god, that's so annoying to listen to. I'm like, yeah. But also, it's fine. I put headphones on for him if he's home. He's not usually home, so it's not usually a big problem. Level 3 of the altar. We need to get it to level 5. I'm right. I have to double check. Taking it in stages so that this is easier of a process. I also would love, China, that if they would just make good programming, there's no way they can't. They can. It's the number of lazy programming I've seen, right? Like, it's lazy programming. Fix your shit is what I think too. For the, like, I don't understand how math type hasn't been fixed yet to be accessible. How? Fix it. It's super common to use. And it drives me crazy. It also drives me crazy to see lazy programming in websites. Lazy. They don't want to deal with doing it the right way, so they cheat on things that people like who can see the screen can't tell that it's cheating. Okay? Can't tell that it's cheating, but they do. They cheat. And they don't add in like correct alt text or images, and they don't add in. Oftentimes it's a last resort, right? Like, not a last resort, a last thought. And so what'll happen is they'll have like time frames when they're designing website. And so instead of making sure that when they receive the images, they also receive the alt text that should be used for it, a lot of times it'll be an afterthought. And so they'll ask for it, and then nobody will get back to them, and then like the timing runs out, and they are at the end, and so they just kind of shove it together at the end. That's what tends to happen with website building. And just like in any kind of development, and accessibility comes last. And we would solve a lot of these problems if we actually address the accessibility of them first in the early design stages. We'd actually solve a lot of problems for typical users as well if we just did that first and designed it from that way at the beginning, and talk about, are these images necessary? Do they give anything? Or are they distracting? Because even typical users maybe are getting distracted by these. And if they're not necessary, then why do we have them? What's the point of them? And that's just images. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. Hey, Lulu. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, Lulu? I hope you are well. Happy Black Friday. 7 days to die. Very nice. How did the 7 days go? What were you doing? If you want to know what an institution really thinks about people with disabilities, find out how they treat their employees with disabilities. Absolutely. Absolutely. Every single time. Mountain, can you get out of my way? Can you just vamos? Actually, that would be
Take that, depression!
super. I would love that if you would just leave. That'd be super. Trying to get ready for my 7-year anniversary by making a new world. You're gonna play 7 days, not for your 7-year. It's glorious. Ask me how I know. Oh yeah. And being a person with a disability, like a lot of times it's such a hard thing in any job to tell your employer that you have a disability. Even though the ADA says like legally you have all these rights, whatever. Yes, you do, but you're still taking your job at a risk if you tell people. No one listens to the ADA, they don't. And unless people sue, they won't. And that's the problem. And it's subtle. That's the problem. It's subtle. So sometimes it's hard to sue because it's things like being not chosen for a promotion, even though you deserve it. How do you prove that they didn't just pick the other person because they, you know, it's very hard to prove. Sometimes it's very subtle. So it's super tiny stuff. Just digging them out, and sorry guys. For people who are just coming in or haven't seen yet, this is the plan that we're doing. I swear we're doing something real. We're not just terrorizing this section of the world. Okay? This is the plan. Gotta head out, super tired. Take care of yourself. Bye, Lulu. Get some sleeps. We're making a village, and we're plotting right now, so we're trying to create the graph, basically, so that we can make sure everything's the right size, and that we planned effectively before we just start plopping things down. And also clearing out mountains, you know, things like that. Details. So on it, there's different sections for different types of shops and different buildings, and we're going to be storing all the materials that we would save for those areas. So we're basically building a new base. It's a big project, but we're also potentially having, if people are interested, people can take a chunk, like a different build, and they can take ownership of it, and maybe we'll do a building contest, something like that. Something fun. So if somebody wants to do that, or if people have ideas and they just want to like, oh, this would be a cool build. I wonder if this would make sense in that village. Feel free to give those kinds of suggestions as well. Maybe you're not, you know, into this game and you don't want to come play or build, but you have ideas. That's also amazing. We accept. So I really should post it in the Discord. I'm gonna post it in the Discord right now, just so I don't forget. post it in Discord. So people have ideas. They can say so in chat, but they can also say so in Discord. I guess in case people are not in Discord, there's my Discord. Mountains. Honestly, this is so cathartic though. We've done so many streams where we're just like battle, 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 progress, progress, progress. This is kind of nice. To be honest. Kind of nice to just vibe. Hang out. Build. And chill. It also means I get to be a lot chattier than I normally am because I'm usually focused on like being a boss or something. Meditative, yeah. Yeah, exactly. I guess some people might find it boring, but is that?
See this right here?
I do. What is that present about? Happy
Green
birthday.
decorative box.
We can make birthday presents happen. Maybe Christmas. You want to do Christmas?
You're welcome.
At you?
Did you leave presents
I'm
around?
like,
Literal
Where
presents.
the hell did this come from?
Yes. Honestly, that's kind of funny. Should we do hide and seek gifts? Like we just hide them and you have to find them.
I like that.
Like a little secret Santa just shows up.
If I was a dev, that's the kind of stuff I would do. So like when people are digging like this,
Just
you
find a
might
gift.
come across something random.
I would love that. I support these kinds of dev decisions. There you go. Connected there, at least. Something. Oh, the map's still up? Thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, that's fine. You can just stare at the map and meditate on it for a minute. It's fine. I'm just... Thankfully, you didn't miss too much. I know it was riveting. And you guys were just, like, super focused on my placing of blocks. So I know it was very upsetting, but I promise it'll be okay. I appreciate you telling me, because I will totally forget that the map's up there instantly. You know what I also forgot I have? Coffee.
I want more coffee.
I've had it the whole stream. Allie's limited to when she can drink coffee, and she's very upset about it.
I am. It's a whole, like, production for me to eat food.
That's so obnoxious. I would probably end up not eating. Or,
And, like, right now, my tooth hurts so bad because the new tray, and it's just, like,
so annoying.
aggravating.
How
If
many
I knew it
more
was going to be
weeks?
like this, I would have not done it.
Ugh. They don't give you enough warning. For Invisalign.
My poor husband had to have his for, like, 2 years.
Oh my god.
I only have, like, okay, wait, I just used my 7th, this is my 7th tray. I have 7 more trays.
Oh my gosh.
I wear them for a
So
week.
you're like halfway.
Yep.
Still obnoxious.
But it hurts.
So frustrating. But it'll be worth it in the end, I hope. Maybe. Maybe. Are you fixing slopes? Trying to.
Trying.
It doesn't need to be perfect now. Because people are going to
Yeah.
be buildings. So. Mostly just need it to be clear-ish. I have a feeling some of these problems are going to go away as soon as we place river and water and... Or they'll get worse, one or the other. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out, but...
Stay
both
tuned.
are options. Right. Options. It's always possible it'll get worse before it gets better, but...
I see that.
I know.
Are you placing presents, Wobbles?
You should put them underneath the sand in some of the squares, and then cover it back up
So people find them.
so other people can find them.
Surprise! That way when they go to build a basement, they're happily surprised with a gift. Part of the excitement, right? Broke my pickaxe. Rude.
Are we trying to take this whole thing out?
I mean, yes. Obnoxiously so. Hi, kitty. What's up? What do you need? Love and affection?
Always.
Hi. Hi, would you like a space over here? Come here. Hi. Say hello to the people. Hi. What you doing? What you doing? You find a quiet place to like lay down? Oh, now you're gonna come see? Hi. Hi there. What are you thinking about doing? Don't bite that. Don't bite that. It's not food. They got turkey this week. They got turkey. They so happy.
Ooh.
Turkey was so
Boiled.
good. Yeah, turkey so good. I would love it. They might get more tomorrow. Yeah, because Mama's going away for a couple days, so they might get spoiled. Spoiled. Yeah. Yeah. But they had the turkey and then they insisted they hadn't eaten because that's not like real food. That was extra. That was special food, so I needed to give them the real food too. It's different.
You kind of did, and it only gave turkey.
Right. Yeah, of course. I obviously didn't feed them enough. Oh, is this one off by one? That will drive me crazy. It is off by one. Shit. We're fixing that bullshit. Absolutely. Because absolutely not will I be off by one for this entire section. Thankfully I didn't mess it up too far. Making it a little difficult to play, but not too bad. They're being really nice to each other. So I'll accept. There's no fights happening currently. So I'll take it. I accept it. Are you biting that, or are you being good? I think you're biting it. Oh, thank you. No biting. No biting, Court. No. My character just make a really weird sound. I think she did. And I don't really know how I made her do it. I definitely didn't do it on purpose. I can't see my Y when I need to do that. Thank you. Excuse me. Mom's cats want all her bowls filled, and then she'll come sit with us while we eat to get extras, because of course she does. Of course. Like, all the normal things. They did insist they were starving even after turkey and normal food, but they didn't get more than that. Like a handful of treats plus turkey plus their normal food. They had plenty. They're on diets. And they already stole treats earlier this week. So, they're not getting extras. But I'm not gonna say no to turkey. Can't do that to them, you know?
Cheers, mate!
Hey, Harriet. How's it going? For shame, I know. Terrible mommy. I know. Terrible mommy. So mean. Baby's starved to death. Yes. Starved to death. Oh. I'm stuck. Why can't I move my mouse? What key did I press? Shit.
Did you press E?
Maybe. Thank you. I can't remember what key it was ever. I was like, I don't really want a WASD like this. Hi.
Kibber!
Hi, Timmy. Mom's cat got turkey before we did. First dibs. Wow. We did eat before the cat. Hey, stop that. Don't kill me. I don't want it. Very not nice.
Making
Very spicy of them. Okay. Almost done. Alright, now I can go back to work. My goodness. People.
Oh, my scorpion friends aren't there anymore.
Oh, did I get rid of their home?
Eh. Oh, can I make the two groups fight?
I don't know. You should try.
I am trying.
Am I off by 1 or 2? I am. Apparently I did a thing. It's okay. This is what this is for. Fixing this stuff. I don't know which one's correct, but we're gonna go with the one that's longest is correct.
I made them fight.
Allie's hosting like little
She's so
gladiator
happy.
matches over here with the animals.
Well, I made the shrouded people fight with the like whatever the other ones are called.
Gladiator matches over here.
I'm starting wars that have nothing to do with them.
Yep. Can you get your mouth out? So, I've been finding the little papers that we've been collecting. Okay? Look at this. We're so in love with these. I've been finding them on the floor around my desk. I'm gonna have to find another way to do this next month because Crazy Man thinks it's really funny to take them in his mouth. You're not gonna do it on camera? Yeah, we love them. Take them out and put them around the house. Mostly this room, so I find them all over the floor, and I'm like, when did this fall on the floor? And then I realized.
And you're just trying to cause trouble.
Yeah.
I don't see nothing on screen.
Right. No trouble. You know how you are when you're cutting the turkey, little bits flake off? The cat pretty much caught them before they hit the ground. Oh, these guys were not allowed in the same room when we were cutting the turkey. Because they were going to be on the
Tasty
table.
treats? Are we the tasty
We're the
treats?
tasty treats in this scenario. Yes, we're the tasty
Troublemaker.
treats. They're gonna take us out into the open ocean. They're gonna have their way with us, Mac. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Giving them treats. They're not causing that much trouble. I can give them treats. Give me a second to finish my project before I totally have them swarm me. They've gotten way too big, China Grace. They're way too big. They need to lose weight. They're not... They like their food too much. They love their snackies so much. Yes. So much. Yes. Hello? Here and here. Oh my god. Did you miss this? It's right there. There you go. Casey, would you like one too, baby? Nope. That's enough. That's enough. Roll call? Yeah, everybody but Nico will come. Nico will come occasionally, but not generally. Hi. That's his. You're not stealing his. No. That's his. Yeah. One is sufficient. Smoosh your face, smoosh your body, smoosh, smoosh, smoosh. Give love. Hi. Okay. Bye-bye. One. Oh, there's a whole party down there just crossing the road going, huh? Who put this in the middle of our road? I think this might be a consistent problem. They're not disappearing. Dead. Okay. What are you building? This looks like a huge project. Yes. I'll show you the picture. If I keep up the map too long, let me know. So basically, we're making a really big village, complete with a lake, as if it was an oasis in the desert, and people congregated there and built a village. This is the plan. Can I build here? Why the fuck not? Why can I not build here? So basically, we are plotting it out so that it's in the right quadrants so we can get an idea of how big things would be. Make sure that the math's all right before we start plopping things down. But then it's going to be tons of little mini projects because each quadrant is going to have a different project inside it, right? And different people can take on different projects if they want to. If people would like to participate and take on a building project, they could, macro or micro. Some of the projects are several sections big, and some of them are much smaller. So, yeah. So it's a big project, but broken into smaller chunks. And it's going to be about pretty, I think. Just a village with different jobs, different functions, and then all of the storage is going to be in the different stores, quote unquote, in the village. stored in the correct one. Very big. Yes. It's the biggest size you can make in Enshrouded. I mean, a good chunk of it's going to be covered in trees and foliage and, like, or whatever this area calls for, right? Just like the palms and stuff. Right, but along the river might be different plants than... Because there's, like, rivers that lead off of it, too.
I should go get a bunch of those bombs that we have and just throw it at this hill.
I mean, that would probably do it, to be honest.
We have so many.
Yeah, why not? It's like one of the more common things that we don't actually use as many as we find, so... Absolutely. And that being said, if anybody would like to participate in a building project, right now it's more clearing and things like that, but we need to build a really cool water feature, we need to build waterways, we need to build bridges, we need to build different houses, we need to build different shops. I mean, there's so many different things to build in this, so if people are interested in, like, taking on a section, it's a good time for that. And also it's a good time for, like, learning. If you're not feeling like a confident builder, like okay, I want to try this, but, like, with a little bit more, like, support, like, we're all going to be working on it, and we can help support with ideas or suggestions for blocks, or if, like, roofs are hard.
Gonna build the roof for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna do roofs because I'm better at it, and that's fine. Like, we'll support each other. But, like, if people would like to do a build, I mean, now's a really forgiving time because it's a big project, but you could have a small chunk of it. So, you can plant trees and shrubs. Yeah. Oh yeah, you can terraform. You can build. Do anything pretty much. You can even build underwater and, like, all sorts of good stuff. The only thing you can't do, and I'm a little disappointed about it, is you can't build in the shroud. I do wish we could build in the shroud. Like, honestly,
even if they were...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, even if they were like, oh, if you build in the shroud, it decays.
Sure.
Like, after X amount of time. That'd be cool.
I'd be okay with that. And I'm actually okay even if, like, you still can't stay in your house that long, right? Like, okay, near the flame you have to go up to the flame to, like, recover your time. Cool, that's fine. I think that's perfectly fine. There's so much going on with this game. Oh yeah, and you can do so many things with it, and I think that's why it's so loved right now, and I really recommend it to pretty much anybody who likes even a little bit of the game, because you can do just that piece if you want to. Like, there's just so much you can do with this game. You don't have to play it the traditional, like, way it's designed. You can, if you wanted to turn this into a building simulator and you wanted to play in peaceful and none of the things are hurting you, and that's what you wanted to do, you can do that. That's an option. Like, there's certain materials that would be harder to get, honestly, because of that, but, like, you can still fight them and have them not fight you back, kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that's an option. Fairly certain that's an option, but you can at least turn it to easy when everything's, like, a lot easier to defeat. So, like, there's options. I need to do something about that section, but that's okay. My streamer said has been playing this for the last month and there's still so little I've seen. That's a common enough issue. Do you have sand at some point we can fix this section, Allie?
Yeah, I have sand. Or, well,
Just
I
a
might not have
little-
sand now.
Okay. It
Oh,
could be the
I
rock
put it-
too. Actually, I
I
think
put
I
it
have rock.
away
I think I have
when
rock.
I was emptying my pockets.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I definitely have rock. Do I have enough? I don't know, but we have it. So let's try it. Even just some... some of this. Just some of this. So there's less of a gap. That's all. Less of a gap. A little bit easier to walk up. That kind of thing. 7-stream streak AC, nice. Fantastic. I love to see people streaking. It's my favorite. Things you never thought you'd hear me say.
I still want to make something for Mix It Up Bot, but I don't really know
For streaks or
Ow.
for something else?
for streaks.
I wonder if Mix It Up Bot can recognize streaks yet.
I haven't seen anything on it.
They
I
might need to do
know-
an update.
Streamer Bot can. Oh, but I don't use Streamer Bot.
Right, I haven't seen Mix It Up come out with anything for that. They had an update recently, but it didn't touch that. Unfortunately. This feels very big. I feel like these are quite large, but I think it's because it's on its side. That's why it feels so weirdly large.
Whenever you can, Emily, maybe a little owl with clouds over its chest and privates running away.
Wait,
Or
owl.
streaking.
What?
A little owl
For
running
streaking.
for streaking.
Who's running?
Like little clouds covering their privates and
Oh my god.
shit.
Oh my
I
god,
wanna-
that would have been so fun.
Find some type of like something silly. Like really silly.
Alright. What should we do for mine, guys? What should we add for streaking in the game when we can? I just need ideas. In the stream, not in the game. I said in the game, but that's not what I meant. I don't know. Naked dragon doesn't quite... I mean, they're always naked. I guess we could do similar, but that
A
just...
Sphinx cat.
A sphinx
'Cause they're
cat? Oh my
hairless.
gosh, just hairless. I don't even know how to portray that. That'd be funny. Just naked cat. When you hit certain numbers, we have different images that come up. Different
Yep.
ridiculous.
I found another
Images.
present.
Gifts from Waffles.
Mhm.
Did you dig for it?
I found it inside of the wall, yeah.
Merry Christmas, happy birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I just keep sending them back.
Oh, hi, kitty. How are you? What's going on? This would be a pop setup for a Sphinx. It's true. They'd be streaking. They'd be naked. Why do these gifts not sound like anything Ellie wants? I mean, they're not functional gifts. They're just like presents that like create confetti when opened. They just look like presents. You can make like a Christmas tree, I guess. Which we definitely should do. I want to do that in the center of our village, though. That would be sick. Like, or not center, but like in a like section of town. Be a cool option. A Christmas tree. Decorate it, put presents under it. New Year's, light off some fireworks. You see where I'm going with this? I feel like it could be good. Who doesn't need a village for this? We could all come together and celebrate. Get our photo taken, guys, in game. That's what we want to do, right? I don't I'm making plans to not be here for New Year's Eve itself, so we can't do the countdown exactly then, but we can hold our own. It's okay.
Wow, clearly.
But to be fair, people are in different time zones, so it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Going to a dance event. I'm going for a 1-day section of the dance event. My husband's going for like 4 days. I'm going for 1 day. It's also my anniversary, so sorry guys. You guys don't rate on my anniversary? Sorry about that.
Wow.
I get it.
Sorry guys. Love y'all.
Mm-hmm.
We almost never celebrate on our anniversary, but still, it's still our day. It's because nothing I want to do. Like, I love going to New York and going to a Broadway play. Guess that's what we're doing for our anniversary, but we're not doing it on New Year's Eve. Sorry, no. That's not an option.
No.
Nope. So we're going...
Nothing.
We're planning for January and hoping for that, because, like, absolutely not.
I heard it's very peaceful and calm,
But we might do February instead, which is our dating anniversary, so we might do that. I don't remember. We don't have a date booked. But for our actual anniversary, we're like, dance event, good enough. Do something together. Good enough. I do sometimes stream it. I might stream at Christmas, guys. I don't know how many people are interested in that, but that I might stream. And we could do something on here for Christmas. That's fine. This is a chill game. You can play other Christmas holiday-ish games. I have a couple, not too many, but if people have suggestions, let me know. If there's like holiday games that would be interesting. But we can make holiday-ish type things. We could do builds. I've in the past done them in 7 days, but I think this game would be better. So it could be very fun. I support. Oh, do we? Okay. Went to New York City the weekend before Christmas ones. Best decision ever. I just don't like New York most of the time. I'll be honest. It's not my jam. It's too many people. It's very sensory overwhelming. I love Broadway though. I have an addiction to Broadway. So I will suffer New York for a day, 2 at most. Before I lose my mind. I lose my absolute shit after 2 days. So I had to be in New York City for 4 days once. Oh my god, lost my mind. I was so done with the city. I was like, get me the fuck out of here. So, I think I've gotten all of these areas all plotted. I'm just checking, make sure I didn't miss any ones. Just snowing slightly, not sticking. All the decorations look beautiful. Fair enough. It is very pretty. Like, the ice rink's nice and stuff like that. Like, it's nice. I've just done it all. And I'm like...
Sorry,
I'm
Waffles.
all set. I did miss some. Okay. There's just places I would rather be. I'm not a massive city girl. I don't mind cities, but I prefer when cities feel more small townish, even if they're cities. It's not my jam. I like me some Amsterdam. I like me... Split in Croatia is lovely. I like, gosh, why can't I think of the place in Portugal? Lisbon is lovely. Like, this kind of stuff. These kinds of cities. I went to see Patrick Stewart on Broadway. That's fun. Like, don't worry about it. Okay. I've seen Rent 9 times on Broadway.
Jesus.
Okay.
I've seen plays, but not like Broadway plays.
Okay. I've seen probably 15 or 16 Broadway plays. And I've seen Rent 9 times. To be fair, it was in college, and it was very cheap because my college paid for most of it. So that's why. But 9 times. It was lovely. And that's where I got my addiction, and I blame my college, and that's just how it is. They started my addiction out, and I continued it. Too sick for that grab now? Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I suffer through it for Broadway, and that's good because it's a practice to be overstimulated and deal with it and work through it and communicate through it, so it's good. It's just a lot. We're gonna probably go and try to recreate some of our... So New York is special to us because we got engaged in New York, and we're gonna recreate our engagement and the engagement we were supposed to have. For people who don't know, my engagement story is a little bit funny. My husband had a really nice plan, and I fucked it up. I absolutely fucked up my own engagement. And what was supposed to happen is I was in school for music and sound recording, and then I had a minor in communications and film. So I love film. I wanted to do sound effects for movies. So Foley work, for people who don't know what that is. That's what I initially wanted to do. So I was obsessed with films, and still am, honestly. And so there's a film museum in New York City. And at the film museum, you can make a flip book, which is the original way to make films and movies, right? So you can go there and you can do a little, like, 30-second thing, and it'll turn it into a flip book that you can keep. My husband is going to propose there and make a flip book. Isn't that fucking romantic as shit? I, dumbass that I am, said, we don't need that, and just left. And he was left there going, shit, what do I do now? So we're gonna go make a flip book, you guys. So that's our plan. Hopefully it's open.
Then he's like, we're not gonna go do that until
he then backup plan proposed to me in Central Park, and then he told me that he had a better plan and I messed it up, and that tracks. So we're gonna go recreate it and then go to a Broadway play. That's the plan for anniversary. Well, for a dating anniversary, I think is probably gonna be the timing of it, but yeah. So yeah. It's fine, guys, it's fine. We're still together, it's all good. It didn't ruin it. I still liked him. It's fine. I think we've got this. They've cleared the center part, so I can actually do this now. Finish this section. Can we put signs down? I feel like they said we could do signs, but are there actual signs or no?
I haven't seen any.
I thought they said signs, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't even know.
Do you want this slope cleared out?
As long as it's walkable like this, it's fine.
Oh.
For now. It may get cleared up eventually, but...
I mean, we... In theory, because of this going down here...
Could be a waterfall, or...
We could do something.
Yeah,
So if it goes down, yes, you can totally do that, and we can replace the blocks on placing. It's fine.
Did you say waffles?
Look up.
Yeah, I know. There's stuff in the sky.
It's a future Owly problem. Don't worry about it so much.
What are you doing, Treble Cat? That is a plastic bag. It does not belong in your mouth. Yeah, talking to you. Still watching you.
He's like, can you just turn away now so I can do it? Thank you. Please hold.
Missed.
Okay. Troublemakers.
Didn't yet.
Can't they read? It says plastic bags can choke you. They don't care. They don't care. They're like, oh, that seems like a good idea. I'm gonna just put that in my mouth, like right now. Like this moment. Whoa, Waffles, you almost died. I don't know if you know that, but, death.
I wanted to make a dramatic entrance.
Oh. I mean, it was dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. I think I've got all the sections cordoned off. I've got stairs. Got the stairway to heaven over here. Looking nice. We'll use the stairway to heaven to get a view of our work. Some of it looks broken because you can't see all the things. Because we're so high up. It was the only time you've been to New York City. I mean, we live only a couple hours from New York City, and you can take the train, so we're lucky in that regard. It's very close. So, I want to plan a time to go to a couple states that I haven't been to, and to repeat a couple places that I have been to and haven't been to in a while. I would love to do a Route 66 tour, just because I enjoyed being there. I like Arizona and New Mexico and stuff like that. I love the sights. So I want to go back there. So I've heard it's much changed. Settings. Okay. I think. Looking good. Alright, I think we did it for this section. I'm gonna go to the center and open it up to the next level if I can, if I have the materials. Let's see. I need a shroud nexus for it. Okay, I'll be back. Waffles is being a butt.
No.
Did you have a good Thanksgiving? I did, Harriet. How was yours? Well, actually, you wouldn't have one because you're not here. We had lots of good food. It was fantastic. One of my friends made way too much good food and brought it. It was super nice and super tasty. It's a really, really long road. Yes. But I really like it. Now, I don't like it. When I went, it was very lovely until the tour bus I was on broke down in the middle of the desert in August at 120 plus degrees. And then when they finally got it working, there was no air conditioning. That wasn't fun. That part, no bueno. Don't recommend. But the rest of it was fun. Also, emptying your shoes before you put them on because they might have scorpions in them, also less fun. But, you know, It's fine. He's fine. He's still fine. I needed to look over here and see if Shroud Nexus. Shroud Nexus. We do have a Shroud Nexus. Is it 4 Shroud? I have 4 Shroud Nexus. Is it 1? Is it 4? I don't know. Let's go see.
Would you like me to... Oh, I was gonna say, do you want me to look?
Yeah, would you mind seeing how many it is? That doesn't sound like... Yeah, no. But my allergies disappeared there because the dry heat. I love dry heat, guys. That's why I did well in Croatia. I love dry heat. It
5.
is my jam. 5. Of course I have 4. Perfect. Thank you. I will make another one. So my allergies disappeared. It was beautiful. I could breathe clearly for the first time in my whole life. It's fantastic. I need shroud particles. Are you serious? I need shroud particles. Are there any just hanging out here? There are. Yeah, there are. I'll take them. Excuse me. Let's borrow those. Hi. I would like... Wait, I thought I had shroud particles. Backpack. I thought I grabbed them. Nope, I just divided them. I didn't grab them. I just divided.
I've done that.
Oh my god. Okay, now that they're in my backpack, it should be a lot easier to make the thing. I'm not looking forward to today. I've been up since 3:30 a.m. and going to be outside most of the day, and it's raining. Boo. It's been freezing cold here. It's gonna totally snow. Potentially when I'm driving home, we're gonna be watching the weather very carefully. I really don't want to drive in the snow. It's supposed to snow though. So I'm not looking forward to that. Part of my little trip, but here we are. Hi JC, do you mind not being exactly where my hand needs to go to play the game? He's resting his cute little head on my hand. It's lovely, but I understand why they sent people with TB to dry places. It does wonders for the breathing. My asthma, my allergies, they're just gone, and it's nice. Okay, it's nice. So I kind of want to go. I also want to do a tour to like Colorado because I've not seen Colorado, and I want to do a tour of a bunch of the national parks. I've seen some, but not. I was right next to the fucking Grand Canyon as a kid, and then the tour bus leader decided we weren't going, and I was fucking pissed. So I'm gonna go to that. I want to do Grand Canyon. I want to do Yellowstone, Yosemite. I want to do some of those that I haven't done. I've done so much travel, but not even in the United States as much. Like, I've seen a lot of states, and then I haven't seen shit. So, I want to go see some really weird fucking museums. You know what museum I'm super stoked to go see, and I told Neil I need to go see, like, we need to go make a tour. It's in Pennsylvania. It's the Mutter Museum. And for people who don't know what that is, it's fucked up. So you're welcome. Ready? One of my special interests is death and dying. I am fascinated with death and dying, and also like different practices of burying the dead and like things like that. Fascinating. Okay, and the Mutter Museum is all about that. And it's very cool. Lots of death and bones and creepy things. I want to go see it. I want to go see it so bad.
The Grand Canyon made me so nervous
Just
because people don't know how to watch their kids.
Oh, that, yeah.
So I was so stressed
about
and
everybody
then,
else's
like, if my
kids.
husband, got anywhere near, even a little bit close to where the edge was,
Just do not make
I
it
was
there.
like freaking out. I'm like, stop it.
Because I didn't.
Get back over here. I can't do this.
I get that. That would be crazy.
We were joking about, like, I'm like, if I wanted a kid, I could just take one of theirs because nobody seems to care about their children here.
That's crazy. Denver, Colorado in August was amazing. The wild sunflowers were mind-blowing. Ooh. Alright, this is the final size, guys. So this is going to be the top size that it can go, supposedly. I'm pretty sure. Unless there's another level. I didn't check, actually. I probably should.
That's
Yeah, that's the top level. Okay, that's what it said online, so I was fairly certain that was true. Unless they had done something in the last update and somebody just hadn't updated their information. So this is as big as it gets. This is as 160 by 160 of these blocks. So quite big, as you can see. So yeah, we're gonna map this whole thing out and get these edges done. And then we can start seeing if I did the math right. And this might be the part of the project we finish today, which is kind of a boring part, but it's an important part. I'd probably end up yelling at people about their kids.
Oh, it was so bad. My mom's like, quit worrying about other people's kids. I'm like, but what if they fall? It just makes me think about I remember my mom telling me that my older sister, when we were little, there was, you know, at like zoos and stuff where they have where you could set strollers
Yeah.
when you go. They call she called it "take a baby, leave a baby."
Oh my god, yeah.
But she didn't understand what the idea of it was.
So just leave the baby?
Yeah.
Oh. You're supposed to take the baby out. Cool. Cool, cool. Love that. I mean, I guess. In some countries, that's a typical thing to do. What is it? Is it Norway or Denmark? There's one country where it's normal for people to like go to a restaurant or something like that, and there's like a parking area for strollers and baby carriers, basically. Baby strollers. And it's parking. And they just park their babies outside and let them sleep because they believe that sleeping in the cold is very healthy for babies. And so it's like normal part of culture. But also everybody walking by is like paying attention and like aware and things like that. But like that's like a thing. And the babies are all like wrapped up and stuff. But I mean, to be fair, their people do tend to handle the cold well. So maybe it works or it's superstition. Doesn't really matter. But, you know, each their own. I think it's funny how different cultures think different things like that, right? Like some cultures would totally be against that sort of thing, and some would be like, yeah, that's just good for you. It's good health properties and stuff like that.
So are these guys gonna spawn in our base every night?
That's an interesting question because I'm gonna be a little upset about that. But I wonder if we place stuff down where they spawn, like, are they gonna...
That might be where our lake is.
That would be kind of funny, honestly. Drown them.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is we should make sure it's where the lake is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess we'll get XP every single night. I thought that when you had, like, the barriers done, that their spawn spot wasn't supposed to stay in the same
Watch out.
thing.
Leave her alone.
I'm building, bro. I'm very popular. I get it.
They're just mad because they can't get me.
Why is it so angry right now? What's it mad about? Thank you. Thank you. It was mad about the body being like way over there. I don't know why. Why are you mad at me?
Oh, there's a dude right here.
I was like, why? You can stop. You can stop now, sir. We allow it. I would not be able to leave one of my babies outside on their own, but I'd feel that way because it's not cultural norm. Yeah. I think that it's so interesting that that's the norm. It's not wrong. It's just very different than many countries. It's also like I had one of our friends come to Croatia, and we had to explain to her that she doesn't need to worry about, like, these 7-year-old, 6, 7-year-old kids out walking by themselves. Like, they're fine. It's normal there. And the kids know what they're doing, and they're fine. Like, they take the bus by themselves, they go places by themselves, they go to the store by themselves. Like, it's just normal, and it's okay. And we had to explain that to one of our friends, because, like, it's not really normal in the States to do that anymore. Maybe once was in, like, the 80s, but it's not anymore. Right? So... And there's nothing wrong with it, as long as the community is in an effect to support that, right? That's also the case in, I think, China and a couple other Asian countries, where they have the support of the community and nobody would dare mess with a child, right? Because of the community. Ah, you just ripped the headphones out of my ears, cat. I love you, but you gotta stop putting your feet right there. He, like, likes to lay on top of the headphones very intentionally. 7 days, yeah. It was normal. But there was also a community. I think it depends on community. Nowadays, we don't even know our neighbors, right? The majority of people don't know their neighbors. And... it's not safe the way it once was. Not that it was amazingly safe necessarily, but it was safer because more people knew what who your kids were, who they belonged to, what was normal for them. Like, we had a village more often. And a lot of that changed when people didn't know their neighbors as much. Moving more often, you didn't create the sense of community, which is what happens, right? It breaks when you move a lot. So that's a problem. Then there's more serial killers, that's true. In that time frame, that's true too. But I do think a part of it was the moving communities. Like, you're not able to keep the same community to the point where people know each other really well. I think in some small towns, it's still the same as it once was, right? Like, little kids can go do things by themselves because of that community mindset, so... And that's not super dangerous to do.
Yeah, like, I remember growing up, like, we would, we knew that, like, our neighbors, like, if something happened, if we were playing, you know, down the street or something, we could count on our neighbors to help us if we needed.
Same. Yeah, exactly. I had like 10 different people in my entire neighborhood. I could just go to their house at any time, get a snack, get a drink, call the police, call my mom. Like, these are all options all the time. And if I was caught doing something in the neighborhood, God forbid, my mother would know. Right? Like, it was... And they would call her. So it was a different setup. Like, that's not the case nowadays. That is not the case. You have a neighborhood with 10 kids in it, they can run around in a group and be safer in numbers. Absolutely. So that used to be the case, and that's not here really anymore. So I had to explain that to one of my friends, that that's definitely the case in Croatia. Like, that's just pure normal. And don't you dare mess with a child. Like, don't do that. You will... They won't even call the police. They'll just beat the shit out of you. like, that's just how that's gonna work. They won't even bother calling the cops. So... Everyone in the neighborhood had permission to set me straight if I fucked. Correct. For good or bad. Like, that's not always, you know, great. But I was corrected by numerous people in the neighborhood. All the time.
I remember falling off my bike and, like, 4 or 5 neighbors, like, flying outside, to
Right.
make sure I was okay.
Meanwhile, try it sometime, guys. If you live in suburbia, go outside and just start screaming. See how many people show up. Because I've done that because I was attacked by a massive nest of hornets, and I had one in an entire
I
neighborhood
came
on
back
a
to you
Saturday.
screaming.
Yes, you're welcome. And that's disturbing. Because I was screaming bloody murder, like somebody was killing me. And that's a little bit scary. It was very eye-opening. But, yeah. Whereas that was not the case when I was a kid. Everybody and their mother would be over there in 30 seconds. So... Not that everything was better, but, like, that part of it. First thing we did when we moved here was become friendly with the neighbors. Especially since you like to host get-togethers. One of them being your parents. It does help. It's helpful to have a community of people. Even if you don't like them, it's good to know your neighbors. When we had a house, we got to know our next door neighbor, one of them. One was very old and like they never left their house. We tried. They were just very old and probably shouldn't have been on their own kind of deal. So we tried, but it didn't work out. The across the street neighbors we knew quite well, and the ones on one side of us we knew quite well. For good or bad, we didn't necessarily like them all, but we knew them, and we could call them, and we could, leave a key with them, and that kind of thing. They called when we were at work and we had water running out of our garage. They called the fire department up for us. Like, yes, please. So, this was running for 6 hours. It's always good. Like I said earlier, coming back around to the conversation, when you own a house, it's always a fight with water. But yes. I don't know if we want to become friends with the neighbors that we're going to have right now. Apparently they're very nice, according to everybody. And the woman that I met when I was like, I didn't meet, but I heard her talking to the landlord as he was walking me through when I first saw the place. She seemed very friendly. Okay, friendly. That doesn't mean anything, but, and he said she's very nice, whatever. But, apparently when Neil went, the husband's very MAGA. And we're like,
Oh, jeez.
And they like to, like, fly, like, MAGA signs and stuff, and I'm like, oh good, so first thing we're getting is a really big LGBTQ lovely rainbow flag and posting that. Thank you.
Yeah, the biggest flag you could
Please
find.
do.
And let them be confused. Let them figure out what's going on there. I don't know. Do I want to start things with my neighbors? No. We'll be very friendly to them. That's fine. But, yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I'm of the personal belief that anybody who is super strongly MAGA still at this point in time, like, forget how you voted initially. That's... at this point,
Over and
not a
done with,
question. Yeah. But if you're still strongly that, you're in a cult. And there's something inherently wrong. And you're probably not a great person. Because we won't admit that there's a problem. Or really underinformed and not willing to look for other information. Yeah. Like, it's very difficult when even, like just the things that our president is saying, like, I'm like, okay, but he's saying it now. He's telling you the thing. And then... we're not even hiding it anymore. So, yeah. It stops being political when it becomes about human rights and hurting people. It's not political. So. I also grew up in that house opposite was somebody's holiday home, so it was empty most of the year. My parents were really good friends with the owners. Hold on 1 second.
It did not let me fly.
Rude. Do you have energy?
It skipped a few times until I died.
Weird.
Mm-hmm.
Do you need a rescue? Are you close by? Where are you?
Oh, I got it.
Okay. My parents were good friends with the owner, so they'd look out for the house. There was one day where some people were checking out the house late at night and didn't decide to turn on any lights in the house, but walk around with flashlights. That does look suspicious, I agree. Parents called the owner's sister to let them know, so they would check around the house, and people looking at the house got in a heated argument with my parents calling them nosy. Don't be suspicious, then. Nosy. Of course you're nosy.
Luna,
Yeah.
there's a kitty here.
Is it the same kitty we have?
I'm not sure. I think maybe
What color
it's
is
like
it?
looked like a cream colored kitty.
We do have a cream colored kitty, but if we wanted a second one, we could have a horde.
This is the one that was giving us so many issues.
I think
I
so.
remember this cat.
The cats always give issues, but this area I remember being, it's like,
This one, I think it got stuck.
yeah, and then it kept
On
seeing
the-
me, and I couldn't, like, on the
Yeah.
roof, and then I couldn't, and then it would fall down the roof. Yeah, that one. People who are going to argue about that here are good. Right? Exactly. That's what I mean. Wouldn't you want... I'd rather be called out on it and then have an explanation, because that means somebody's looking out for my friends, right? Like, that's a good thing. Innocent people are like, yeah, I know it looks sus, but here's what's really going on. Exactly. Exactly. And, like, I'm not one to say, like, definitely call the cops immediately, but at least question people. Perfectly reasonable to go, hey, what you're doing looks really fucking weird. Or inform the neighbors, like, hey, something's going on and it looks weird. Did you invite them? I'd be perfectly fine if my neighbors, like, called us and were like, hey, so somebody's coming into your house. Did you give them permission? Or what's going on? And be like, oh, yeah, we're on vacation. That person's watching our cats. Great. Perfectly reasonable. We actually had a neighbor in Croatia who she would tell on whoever was watching our cats. She would inform us of their behaviors. She had nothing else to do. She was a little old lady just watching out our window. And, like, it's our friends, so we, like, don't really give a shit, but
Little
cool.
peeper.
What's that?
I said little peeper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We ended up starting to tell our friends, be like, hey, just so you know, the lady next door is going to be watching our room move. Most of them are Croatian and are very familiar with the lady next door. It's in every neighborhood there. Somebody's always watching, so none of them were, like, freaked out by that, so this is what it is. Like, we're gonna know. We're gonna find out. If you're noisy, you have a party, we're gonna know. Like, okay. I call the cops now because there have been many instances over the past couple years in St. Louis, people getting shot by confronting people. That's fair. I think you have to depend. It depends on your area and what the situation is. Like, there's definitely certain people I wouldn't confront too. Like, it wouldn't be safe for me, whereas something might be safe for my husband, or maybe it wouldn't be safe for either of us. So, for sure. But definitely calling your neighbor if you have their number. For sure, there's an option. To confirm. Location is everything. Yeah, location and just, like, this is like your neighborhood too, typically, that you're noticing these kinds of things. And so you're like, okay, I know that these people don't belong here, but I also know what my neighborhood's typically like. Like, there's certain sections of towns that I know that I would not confront people in. Absolutely. Can go now. Good luck with the cold and the rain. I'm sorry that it exists. You do live in one of the coldest and rainiest places in the world. Congratulations. It's unfortunate. Was it? We were watching a Doctor Who episode, Neil and I, and it was set in Scotland, and it was there was in it, somebody had died from lack of seeing the sun, and they're like, oh, so death by Scotland. Yeah. Accurate. Scotland gets like 5 sunny days a year. It's like the exact opposite of Croatia. In like, well, split Croatia anyway. Where it gets like 5 rainy days a year. Find like stormy days that's not bright, beautiful sun. It's like the exact opposite.
Do we need lapis lazuli?
I don't think so, not really. I mean, you're welcome to gather. I wonder if we can make cool blocks with it. That would be freaking sick. But, not that I know of. We don't.
Okay.
Be really pretty. I want to be able to build with, amethyst. I don't know what I would build with it, but I want to be able to build with amethyst. I wonder if they changed it so I can. I didn't check. I don't think so. But I want to. Scotland, cold and wet. Gray, dark. Rainy, rainy, rainy. Still want to go. Just saying, still want to go. I love Scots people. Now, I understand about 60% of what they're saying at any given moment, but I want to try. Okay? I love them. They're lovely. I would sit next to one of those SAD lamps all day if I lived in the UK. I think I would need to as well. I need the sun, man. I honestly probably need to get one of those SAD lamps. I think they would help. I don't know that I get seasonal depression, but I do notice a massive difference if I can get in the sun, even for just like 15 minutes. Even if it's freezing, just in the sun. Vitamin D deficient too doesn't help. So definitely. That's one of the things I really liked about Croatia as well. Just the amount of sunlight I got on a daily basis was amazing. I should probably drink my coffee. I'm so focused on building, I'm not drinking coffee. That's how focused we are. I can hyper focus on this so hard because it's the same thing. It's so repetitive. It's so beautiful. My brain is so happy right now. It's like do the same thing over and over again. It's so nice. Make it line up. Make it line up. It's so good. So happy. I know that I have depression symptoms without the sun, but I definitely feel less sluggish on days you have to leave the house. Oh, for sure. It plays a role in serotonin. So, like a lot. Which is also, like, how a lot of people get motivated, right? So... Oops. Hello.
sandstone.
You want some rocks?
Sure. Thanks.
Yeah. I got rocks for days. We have like a bajillion rocks, so I was just like, you know what? I don't feel bad making a bajillion stacks of rocks. This is fine.
I like using the basic rocks for like basements anyway,
It makes sense.
because then I don't like, especially basement flooring, or like if you're trying to do like a structure of it,
Absolutely.
then you're not wasting the pretty stuff.
Yeah. When I have those week-long overcast periods, I have a really difficult time because I feel like I'm gonna fall asleep every time I sit down. Oh boy, yeah. That's fair. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
You guys do any Black Friday shopping?
No. Especially nowadays, like, so many of the deals I've been noticing, like, are worse than what they were in August. Like base price. Ugh, so terrible.
We did a little bit. One thing, we got new phones because
Okay,
I guess next year they're not going to be doing like the security updates on ours,
Annoying.
and my husband has to have security like for his phone. He works in IT, so
Yeah.
he has to have security. And so he's like, well, they're on sale for Black Friday, we might as well. And then our TV decided to start flickering.
Of course.
Oh,
And I mean,
beautiful
it's like
timing.
6 years old, so it's not like
Beautiful
it's a brand new. But yeah, it was great timing. So we should get a new one on Monday.
Okay. That's not too bad.
If you use Amazon, there's this website called Camel, and it compares the prices for like the last year of what you're buying now. If it's
So you can
On
actually
actual-
tell if it's reasonable. Yeah, that's good. That's
Mhm.
good. If it's actually on sale and not just fake on sale.
I hate fake on sale.
Mm-hmm.
So annoying. Walmart's been doing this thing, and so is Target, where I think it's Target too. But like they'll do like the throwback for Black Friday, but then you like there's a sticker on an old price that was on the box itself, and the price for the sale is more expensive than the original
Yeah.
price. That's so fucked, man.
Yeah.
They like to blame it on like tariffs and stuff. I'm like, well, you got the box before the tariff, so therefore, no, that's not how that works. Right. So many places use tariffs as an excuse to bring prices up, even if they didn't have any effect from tariffs. When I was 6 years old, I'd be pissed, right? TVs are supposed to last longer than that. For sure.
We discovered that our neighbor has a giant TV. My husband was checking the mail, and he's like, he glanced in because they had their curtains open. It's like an 85-inch like
Jeez.
TV. It takes up a whole wall.
Yep.
And I was like, that's insane. Who needs a TV that big?
The place we're renting right now, that's like a temporary stay place, has a massive TV. It's not quite that big, but it's massive. So we've never had a TV quite this large. It's just unnecessarily big, and we're like, yeah. But it's nice to watch movies on. But
Well,
we
it's
just
like
don't watch TV that much.
the placement that they have it, like, so where our stairs are to go up, there's like a wall that's the shape of the stairs. So it's like the triangle. So they have it on that wall, so half of it sticks up.
Oh my gosh.
Like,
Of course.
and I'm like, I couldn't stand it. That would irritate. It irritates me that my neighbors have it that way.
Oh my god. That would irritate me too. I like a large TV, but not like that. That's too big. I can't.
Yeah.
And I just don't... I can't validate the money for it for the amount of times I use it. Like, and I look at it and I go, yeah, I'm fine watching this movie on my, like, screen on my computer, which, like, it's a decent sized screen. I think it's fine. Like, perfectly fine. So it's just not necessary.
We mostly watch YouTube videos.
Right, same.
So there's no reason to have a giant television.
There isn't, yeah.
I'm just hoping the quality will be good enough that I can play, because we have a computer in our living room, and I want to be able to play Disney on the big TV, because like some days my cat likes to, you know, terrorize my husband while he's working, and if I'm sitting downstairs, my cat will just sit on me and go to sleep. It's like, it'd be nice if I could like play Disney.
Yeah,
while
absolutely.
he's doing that.
Absolutely. Right now, Neil's computer is in the living room, and we just need to have it set up better if we keep that set up, but it's not terrible. We need like a proper desk situation that he can put his keyboard on, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we have way too many computers, but it's like the one in the living room, I think, is my old one before he updated it for me to like stream, because my husband builds them. So it's
Easy.
like we have
Easy.
so many computers in our house. Yeah.
A good complaint.
Yep. Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Oh yeah, I don't play that game. I'm not sure
It's
if
very
I would love it or hate it, but I think it would fall into the love category, and I just don't need to have yet another addiction. So
I think you'd enjoy it.
yeah. But do you see how I already have a problem?
Yeah.
So
I'm looking
it's
at
like-
espresso machines.
I keep like I need to play it. Right now the Star Path is going on, and it's a limited time thing, and my brain cannot get out of Warframe long enough to play Disney.
That's how I
need
feel
to do
about a
this.
lot of things.
I have a time frame.
Yep. It's cozy. Yeah, it is. I like watching it too. I'd probably enjoy it.
Yeah, I can't stream it. I mean, I
What a
can,
reason.
but I don't want to. I won't read everything if I do, because it's just too much reading for me. And I feel like it's like when the characters are asking you to do stuff. Like, I think people would want to know what they're asking you to do, and I'm just skipping through it because I don't want to read any of it.
Fair enough. There's days I can't handle the reading part. I like that it's optional in this game.
Yeah.
But it's like, because sometimes I'm really into some of the story lore in here is quite funny. Okay. But sometimes I'm not in the mood. As long as people are willing to pay exorbitant prices for things they don't really need, prices for those things will never go down. That's true. True facts. Honestly, I think a large number of people need to learn to not over-consume. I think it's a massive problem. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, But, and I'm not like innocent of that. I overconsume in some ways, but I'm definitely, since moving multiple times and overseas and stuff, I'm definitely so much better about it. But,
Oh, yeah.
like, I just keep going, do I want to move that? Would I keep it if I was moving overseas?
My problem is I hate getting rid of stuff that's useful.
It's so hard.
And
but, yeah.
I have so much craft stuff and no one to give it to. And donating some of it is like not like it'll be parts of craft
talk to
things.
your local library and see if they have a craft night. Some of them do.
Yeah.
And they
Ask
might
my
take
sister.
donations.
My sister is a librarian. She's a teen librarian at her library, and I asked her, and I've given her some stuff, but she's like, we just have so much stuff. But I just gave her a box of vinyl.
Sometimes schools also will accept it for projects. It depends on what it is, but sometimes schools for craft supplies.
Stuff is from junk journaling, so it's like essentially random trash. But people who would do junk journaling would love it. I just don't have anybody.
So I hear Allie needs to lead a junk journaling class at the library and get rid of all her stuff. That's what I'm hearing. Free junk journaling class at the library near Allie.
I don't even make them anymore. That's my biggest problem is I jump from hobbies. I'll like...
Especially craft hobbies?
Essentially hyper-focus on one for a long time, and then I'm like, okay, what's next?
Yep. Next hobby. I've done it before. I'll buy all the things for a hobby and then never do it too, and I'm like, oh well, rip that hobby.
I have crochet kits I still need to do.
Why are you placing like one waffles?
I'm trying to help you. What do you mean placing one?
One down on the ground. Just make a line. The basement full of it. My illness over the years had made it so I can't do the sewing or scrapbooking anymore. That's frustrating.
Yeah, I can't sew for very long. I hand sew, and my hand cramps up so bad sometimes that I'm just like, it's not worth it. It's like I can't color for more than like 3 minutes, and I really hate that because I love coloring.
I really recommend, now, this won't solve everybody's problem, okay? It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you, Cat. Hello. Okay. Cat is going to teach you all about the beauty of Crazy Aaron's putty. If you haven't had any of it, it's beautiful.
I have some of that.
Colors.
Or well, add.
And what you want to do with it is basically take pony beads or different like beads and things like that and put it in the putty. And first of all, the pushing into the putty, this is from an OT, okay, to build hand strength for writing and for holding pencils and things like that, which is the same issue for needles. It's to build hand strength if hand strength is the problem. Now, if you have an injury, this won't work, okay? If it's a hand strength issue, it'll work. And you put that in there, and the pushing in and the plucking out of the objects will help. Now, I say that with a caveat, because if you have an injury, please don't do things that will cause you more injury. But if it's building hand strength, that's the problem. That's a really good way, and it's easy to do. And it's good for your children as well, if your children are at the age of, like, building hand strength for such things. Waffles! Don't die! Okay, they still spawned in. They spawned over there. I think they just spawn along this road. So we might need to build ourselves a wall. And then they won't come in. Wall them out. That's beautiful. Nice job.
My pockets are full again.
Always the way. It says cannot build here as I'm building, which is hilarious. I'm like building. Cannot build here. Cannot build here. Cannot build here. You did that OT back in February? Yeah. It's very effective. But again, it does depend on the issue. Because like, even if you just play with the putty in your hands and like pull at it and stuff, it's building that hand strength. You'll feel it after just a couple minutes.
Yeah, to get more of that, because mine got, like, icky.
Yeah, you'd have to replace it periodically for sure. I love it. Ow! You just get your mouth off of my headphones. No. No. Bye! I had been using my ear conduction, like my bone conduction headphones for playing games, but then it like had a weird update that I don't know what's wrong with it, but the audio is coming out really funny. No! Stop playing with my headphones, you jerk. No. Rude. I know. Touched her nose. It's got advanced arthritis due to over 50 years of EDS, so my fingers simply... Yeah, no, then there's... I mean, therapy helps, right? But it's still... That's chronic, which there's only so much you can do about it, right? And then it can cause more pain, so definitely be cautious. Do it under the eye of a doctor.
I guess we have a mine in our build too.
We do. I mean, we can just cover it up too, but somebody's got an instant basement, is what I'm seeing.
I was thinking if we had it, or like,
What's it a mine
maybe
of?
if we put a build. Was the sulfur mine
Oh.
that I dug out. We could have a little mining store.
Kind of cute. Should I add that to the list? Mining store?
Cause we could have it where that one has the like the blocks for building. Like a little
Ooh,
material.
Yeah. Building blocks and materials. Yeah. I like it. Looks like a wine cellar to you. I mean, we can have that too.
Yeah. I just thought it'd be kind of fun to put like a couple different types of materials like on the wall. Like it would be an actual mine.
Mm-hmm. Could be really fun, actually. Now, the way I have the original build, like, not everything falls directly into one of these blocks. Like, we can make it fall into the blocks. That's not a problem. We just need to adjust a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure the sizing was right, you know? Like, that's the most important part. Sizing first, then we can deal with Because, like, some things you're going to want to have curved at an angle and things like that, not this square, perfect square shape. So, it's going to be a component, but first place. Then we
It was
can
already a
outline.
mine. I didn't turn it into a mine.
It was just there. It existed.
It was there.
But we're talking, like, making it into a mining store, because why
Yeah.
not? No, it was, but we can make mines any way we want. If we want to, we can make it. All of this is buildable. Oh, I need to make the counted one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
So perfect right here, though. Line makes my brain happy.
The
Because
what?
it's right up to the side of the mine.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like perfect. Yeah, oh, the backside almost lined up too. It's only a couple blocks off.
Yeah, just this on the side of it. Just this makes me so happy.
Mine. But yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to make a mine though.
No.
It's like stairways down. It'd be super fast and easy. I could probably carve and make a mine in about 2 minutes.
Right.
It really wouldn't take too much, so. She probably could have. She didn't, but she could have.
I didn't even realize what time it is.
What time is it? Oh my god. Wow.
Time flies when you're building. Having fun.
Wow.
Hyper focus.
Wow. And I have to get up early in the morning and go to New Hampshire. And I say
No,
early,
you're
it's
fine.
not that early, but like still, I have to go get the rental car at 9 a.m. and 30 minutes away. So, not
Another
horribly.
Cabernet situation.
Hey, at least not 3 a.m. Please, not 3 a.m. That game's so good. I need to play it again. To be fully satisfied, I need to play again. I'm gonna leave part of this rock and kind of go up and over because it's the edge, and I think the rock will look funny if it doesn't exist, this particular rock. Maybe? Yeah, I think it'll look better if I don't. I'm just gonna go up and over. I think We may end up building a wall, or maybe we'll build like a natural looking wall, like an actual like rock formation kind of deal to keep out some of the riffraff that keeps spawning. The riffraff. I can't believe it's midnight already. That's crazy. Crazy. But I do like these because I can just like stream and like chat and hang out and talk about anything because I can focus on talking and on this. It's lovely. And then I'm thinking the next stage is getting the water in. Making sure this is accurate once it's all finished, of course. And then getting the water placement. And then after water, it's going to be the main road. And then plotting out the locations of the buildings that we really want, rather than just these plots. Because these plots are lovely, but they're not, like, necessarily where we want things. Like I was saying, some things need to be at an angle and stuff like that, so... This will help us. I actually do this. This is actually like a strategy from like cross stitching, where you make a little bit of a pattern like this and then you can block it out and stuff, so that you don't make as many mistakes, and so you can also plan your work and make sure you're in the center and make sure everything looks like it's correct. I don't always do this, but if I do it, it does tend to come out better and I make fewer mistakes, so for big projects it does make sense. And now that you guys are helping with it, it's going faster too, so that's part's nice.
Sorry, I was looking at espresso machines.
You were looking at espresso machines? I need one.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm thinking potentially getting a French press first, because that's like, will do the job most of the time. But I really want an espresso machine. I have for years. I really want one.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly would get use out of it, so... I think I had a center line happening here. Yes, I did. Hi, kitty. What trouble are you causing, huh? Hi. Hi there. Can you be trusted to be in the lab? No. We'll try. Don't bite my headphones. You would never, I know. I'm always accusing you of things you would never do, KB, I know. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible accusations I'm making. Never ever. I know. He's so sweet. He's baby. He's very innocent baby. Okay? Very innocent. Sweet, sweet baby. No trouble. Never trouble.
I mean, you said it.
I know. Right? Yeah. How could this sweet face cause any trouble? Sweet face. Why, yeah, so sweet, yeah. Yeah, would never. Would never. Yeah. Angelic. You wanna see the halo? He's so cute, his halo. It's crooked.
Kitty, warm kitty,
I think his horns are holding up his halo.
Yeah.
Happy kitty, sleepy kitty, purr, purr, purr.
Yeah, sweet bean. You're being so good right now. Right? And right now is all that matters. My friend had dinner with a friend from Italy, and the restaurant they went to served espresso. They both had cups of espresso, 2 cups of espresso. My friend wasn't able to sleep at all that night. The Italian friend was fine. I mean, it's very strong. I'll be real honest. American coffee is weak. Weak. Very much so. It's very different.
My kind of coffee. I don't like super strong coffee.
I have to have so much more here for the same effect as I would have over there. But I don't drink it for the staying awake properties, but focus properties, caffeine does the same.
Caffeine doesn't keep me awake.
Yeah, I can just go to sleep right after. It's not a problem. Every now and then I get jittery from it, so certain types of coffee, and I haven't pinpointed it yet, but I've had coffee at some places where 1 cup of coffee will have me fucking shaking. And I'm like, yo, what the fuck is in this coffee? You know, it'll have me shaking from 1 fucking espresso. I'm like, Jesus, this is not good for the heart, man. And then other times, it's ridiculous. But, I don't know why that's glowy like that. I don't like it. Can I place a block and then undo it? No. Okay, that's not. Okay, sure. Why not? Yeah, so I don't know what that's all about. Why some coffee does that. And it's not like I have, like, certain medications and, like, then I go get a coffee or something. Nope. Nope, not that. I have to spread out my caffeine intake. Caffeine overdoses. No, it's terrible. I've done it before. I've done it before. But it usually takes me, I'll be dead honest, 8 to 9 espressos. Like, 8 to 9 espressos to get me there. I can usually handle it. But that doesn't mean what I'm doing is smart when I do that. I don't do that very often, I swear. But it usually takes me about 8 to 9 to get there. And then I've had coffees where 1 got me there. And I'm like, that is fucking ridiculous. In the same place, okay? The same place, it'll be a different kind of latte. And it won't do that. Explain that. It's something in the, like, mixture of whatever they make to flavor it. I don't know. Maybe I'm having a reaction to, like, a dye or something. I don't know. But, woohoo! There's one place I go to, and their pumpkin spice is delicious. But if I have it, I will be fucking shaking. My heart will be racing like I've had so many espressos. And then if I have their regular latte, nope. Same size, no difference. Espresso's the same size. I don't think it's an espresso thing, but, like, whatever they're putting in that fucking pumpkin spice, man. It's fucking crack. I don't know what it is. Made the mistake of adding some hot chocolate mix to a cup of coffee back when I was taking Adderall, and it was awful. See, I like chocolate milk with my coffee. That's quite lovely, I'll be honest. I really like it. But only a tiny little bit. Not a lot. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I went to one coffee shop that called it a witch's brew, and I loved it so much. So, I will do coffee and flavor it with chocolate milk periodically. Just a tiny bit. You want to laugh about too much caffeine then all. Clearly you've never actually had too much caffeine. Yeah. It's not a good time. When your heart races and you're not sure if it's ever going to stop. That's how I get if I end up smoking marijuana. I can do edibles just fine, but if I smoke marijuana, that will happen because I will actually like work myself into a frenzy. And so I'm like anxious as fuck. That's why I don't smoke it. And then I will think for whatever reason that I am having an asthma attack when I'm not, and I'll take my inhaler, and then I'll take it again. And I don't know why that is, but it's like paranoia about my inhaler because I can't breathe properly, but my heart's already racing, and then, yeah, it's bad. Don't do that. After that happened one time, I was like, we're good. We're done. We're good. Edibles are fine. Zero issue with edibles. So, that one's clearly not for me. Should chill me out. I just get panic attacks and feel like I'm just... Yeah, that's me too. Try it. If you... I mean, you don't have to try nothing. But edibles are a different kind of high. And those chill me the fuck out. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I can't smoke it anymore, and I think it's mostly because of being an ex-cigarette smoker. I just feel like I don't want to
Indulge in that particular...
Yeah.
There's an oral fixation kind of thing that goes with it, and it can be dangerous to do too much, yeah. Doesn't work well with your system? Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't realize it was a different kind of high till I experienced both kinds. I'm like, wow, that's a very different experience for me. Now I mostly will take an edible occasionally when I need to, when I'm having a hard time sleeping, if I have like bad insomnia, or if I'm like really tense in my neck and shoulders, I'll do it then too. It doesn't happen very often, like maybe once a month for me is sufficient. I don't typically do very much of it, but it's nice to have in your back pocket when you're struggling with those things, because I struggle with pretty bad insomnia sometimes, so... It is nice.
That's that one up.
We're almost there. I'm so excited.
Mm-hmm.
It's so good. So much work, man. For grid. I know it looks ridiculous that that's what we've done for, what, 5 hours. But... it's a grid, and it's going to help. I swear. Later, when I make a video about this entire process, it'll be about a 30-second blip was this. But, it's fine. cost. Okay. I'm like, there's occasional ones we've all missed for whatever reason, so let's fill those in. I don't know if the top got finished. I think so, but let's go check. Oh, this side didn't get finished. Okay, I'll do that. We did like half of it, and then we stopped. Gorgeous. Also, the pot everyone's smoking now, like the pot I grew up with. I just don't want anything to do with the newfangled stuff. Like the medical level stuff that's like available in many states. It depends on what state you're in, I suppose. Some of it's quite nice. And if it's legal where you are, I suppose, too. It is where I am, that's why I say it. Okay. Gorgeous. I'm gonna count these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Guys, I mathed right. Woo!
Yay.
So my grid matches. Woohoo! And if you could guys finish that side, then we finished.
It looks
Gorgeous!
insane from up here.
It's incredible.
Because it doesn't all load in.
No, it does look insane. It's like blocks just randomly placed everywhere. Okay. I'm so excited. It looks crazy. It looks crazy. But it's very functional for our planning purposes. And I'm just excited. This map has me so excited. I need to add in a mining store. It doesn't have to be there, because we can make a mine anywhere. But what we might do is put like a wall of mountains in this bottom section as like a wall, if we want to, or protect the farm fields and the yaks and the goats and stuff like that with a rock wall type thing, like a natural rock wall, so we don't have to deal with them getting killed off. And then, yeah, if we create like blockades and then entrances that they can come through, at least they'll come on the path and we can deal with them. But we can also put gates in or something like that. So we'll see about that option. But it doesn't seem like they stop spawning, unfortunately, which is annoying, actually. We've been building a
Well,
lot.
let's start with a wall.
Right? I mean, we could just put in a wall for now, and just that way we can build in peace. And just like build a normal wall, and then we can decide later if we want it to be of rock, natural. And I'm thinking we put the water in first, right? We figure out how we want the water to be, and then we put in the roads on a basic level. And from there, we outline where we want basic shops to be. Give people, like, maybe with a different color rock or something. Because some of these you see are at, like, an angle, or they're overlapping two different sections because of space, and it just makes more sense. Which is perfectly fine. That's not a problem. We just need to outline those spaces in a different color and give people those spaces to work with.
So how many blocks is this water gonna be?
quite a few. I think it's like 17 when I counted it. So we could change that if we want to, but I think it looks nice. I think it'll be a nice, really big lake is what it will be. And it's not like straight across, so there's that. So yeah, the water is going to be next. And I think the water is going to be a hefty project. Don't... And we may end up having some... We're risking things a little bit with water. We can always just remove water entirely if it's a problem. That is an option. Yeah. Okay? So we're going to try to put water in. If we get a ton of lag, we'll end up removing it and changing the plan. But I think by doing water first, that means that, like, if it doesn't behave, because you're going to get some lag with water. It's just natural.
Yeah.
It's a lot of physics going on. So, if it's too much, it's too much. But I'm thinking it's going to mostly be still water, except for the river part. And then the flame does, if you guys don't know that, I'll show you. If you go to the flame, if you don't miss it like I did, entirely. Okay, it's fine. There's remove water. So anything in the flames area, their water will be gone. So if we have a problem, that's the backup plan, and then we adjust from there. And what's nice is if that's the case, then all we've done is ruin the water part, right? Like the water time of trying to place it. And we can start from scratch with our blank board and go, okay, how do we want to do this? A smaller lake? How do we want to go about it? So, but yeah, we're going to first see if it's a problem. If we can have it the size that we have planned and it's not a problem, then great. Great. So that's the plan. It probably won't be today. This was a big enough project and it's midnight and I have to wake up in the morning. I do have planned on stream, so for people who are interested in like seeing more as we're doing it, let me see my schedule that I just posted. I just posted it. Do I remember it? No, not at all. So no stream Sunday. I normally stream on Sundays for Enshrouded. I'm not streaming Sunday because I won't be here. Same thing for Monday. Tuesday, I'm supposed to play Amanda the Adventurer 3, and I'm really excited about it, so I'm going to play that on Tuesday. And then Friday, the plan is Friday the 5th. Here, I can share my screen. Friday the 5th, if it's not finished, we finish Amanda the Adventure, and then Enshrouded building stream, either way. So the next building stream would be Friday, December 5th, possibly after Amanda the Adventure. And then Sunday the 7th, we'll do Enshrouded multiplayer. We might start doing some question marks and we might do some hollowed halls. So that one might not be as much building, maybe a little, but depends on the group we get. But I think hollowed halls and stuff might be a good call too. And then I do have a couple other games that I promised I would try playing. So I'm going to try to include them, but some of these may end up turning into Enshrouded if I'm super hyper focused on it, guys. Supposed to play Night Watch at Hopkins, but I have all month of December to play it, so we might push that one off. We're not sure. So it's fine. Who's the shirtless guy running out? It's Waffles. But then we've got more later in the month. So some of these may change to be Enshrouded if I'm hyper focused on it. So there's that. And people who are interested in helping, please let me know in Discord. How's it going right now? Look at what we're planning to build. Look at what we're building. It's so pretty. It's gonna be a whole huge village, and we just plotted out the 16 by 16 blocks that are 20 by 20 each that are on that graph. It's so big. It's such a big build. I think it'll be so pretty though. It's gonna be little tiny shops in Brno, and like our storage is gonna be all the little shops, and we're gonna have like pretty waterfall. Hopefully get the water situated. Yeah, it looks fun. If you'd like to build it all in Brno, you're welcome to take some building time. You and Thy Night. Pretty much anybody who I know in here is welcome to do some building. If one of the builds catches people's attention, I did post the picture of the map in Discord, so if people are interested in like doing any component, even if it's learning to do something. Waffles is so freaking weird right now. This is a really weird angle. Like I don't I can't focus on what's happening. Oh my god. So yeah. God. Anyway, I'm enjoying this first $1 bills. Okay. Waffle confirms. Great. Great. Oh my god. So that's the plan. I'm probably going to end up changing some of those dates on the schedule to being Enshrouded dates anyway because I'm obsessed, and maybe we'll have some extra streams here and there. We'll see. Victory. Good lord. Alright. Let's find somebody to raid, guys, because we did our job of this grid. This was the grid of champions. Nice. Thank you guys for your assistance as well. Super appreciate that. Let's take that down. Let's find somebody to raid. We'll put in a raid call. Where could we go? Great question. Anybody doing some cool builds in Enshrouded? Like that might be a cool place to go if somebody's doing a cool build, but I know some people who like to do builds, but not everybody does builds in Enshrouded. Okay. The person who normally does builds is not playing. No. Let's go see who is. Let's see if anybody's playing that we can go visit. Missions, building and mining. What are they building? I don't know, they don't say. But their name is fascinating. Undead lemur. A zombie lemur? Oh, they're doing some building. Let's go see what they're building. Alright, let's go visit this person. I've never been there. I cannot say how good they are. Or how they are. If it's not your style, raid and run. Okay? Take care of yourselves. If it's not for you. Wow, can I have caps lock off? Thank you. Raid undead lemur. And I'm gonna be going to bed, and I will see you guys next time. Yeah. Here is the raid. Have a good night, guys. Take care of yourselves. And yeah, I won't be streaming until Tuesday earliest. Love your faces. Bye, guys.